So today, because this is stream number 100, we've made 100 of these. This is amazing, this is insane, and this is also thanks to your company. You telling me that you appreciate this, being in the chat, keeping me company. I have come to really enjoy coding along with you people watching, maybe later, maybe live. And today we'll be doing Supabase. We'll be starting a brand new app. We've scheduled a big agenda and a marathon stream to celebrate 100 streams. But let me know what you're hoping to see today, what you're working on, if you're working alongside me, and what you've liked so far. Tell me anything. It's gonna be a long day, so we're gonna need it. A long, fun day. In previous series, we've built this portfolio website. We'll switch to the big screen mode, which is SvelteKit, has view transitions, has internationalization, has everything you may need for a nice, fast, responsive portfolio website or marketing website and get your first clients. I truly recommend watch along that series and go along with me, slide into people's DMs and get them to hire you to make their site, or have it as a gift if you really can't find anyone. That's gonna look great to your CV. In my opinion, having a delivered project like this, with most engineers interviewing you, that would land better than going through a bootcamp. There are some good bootcamps out there. That's not my personal opinion on bootcamps, but most senior engineers love to gatekeep, and if you show them real project, real client, they're gonna be impressed. Then we did the Loot Goblin project, which does talk to a database, does have things like search. What do we have here? View transitions, yet again, quite a lot of cool things. Login flow, and on the previous episode, we kind of recapped how we did login flow here and created the Turso SvelteKit Edge shadcn stack. So we showed how that works. We've brought in some shadcn components. Shadcn is a super popular UI library that people kept requesting I use. So we did it, and you can click around on all of these projects and see how you like them yourselves. Hello Zesbe in the chat, thank you for being here. And today we'll be doing Culture Stock, yet another new app. This one we're going to be using Supabase, which brands themselves as the open source alternative to Firebase, Google's Firebase. And on the previous series, the two that did talk to databases, we were using Turso, an SQLite database on the cloud, Drizzle as the ORM, the thing that talks to your database helper, and Lucia for authentication. Also, we used Amazon S3 or Cloudinary, some other services for our users to be able to host images, resize them, that sort of thing. With Supabase, we'll get all of these in the same package. Supabase offers the database, it's a Postgres database this time, a relational database, like SQLite, but better at things that are popular at the moment, like doing vector embeddings for LLMs, large language models. And no one has ever been fired by going with Postgres. There are very nice opinion pieces of I put my business logic in my Postgres database because in 20 years or 30 years, I've always gone with Postgres. And on the flip side, I've changed like front-end frameworks, back-end frameworks, I've changed everything. The only part of my stack that's the same is Postgres. There are quite a few. There is at least a couple of blog posts like that, which is a fun take. Anyway, Supabase, besides the database, also offers the authentication solution by themselves, logging in with other providers with the Auth 2 flow, like login with Google, login with Twitch, which I think is what we're going to do today, and the file storage solution, as well as resizing the images, transforming them to more performant formats. They offer that as well through a third party called Image Proxy. We'll see if we get that far today. We'll definitely go through the authentication flow. I hear that the latest updates have made it a bit tricky. So let's see how we do today. Hopefully we get through it swimmingly. We have a fun new app here to begin with. The idea of this app is to be able to track your pop culture consumption. So I start a video game, I go into this app, I say, I started this video game. I started Baldur's Gate like 2 years ago. And then I say, oh, I'm still playing Baldur's Gate, or I went to Act 2 or Act 3, or I finally finished, or started the second playthrough, 100%ed it, whatever, got the Platinum Trophy, whatever you want. And you can see this activity feed, but have it also work with TV series, like, oh, I started Shogun, I saw the first episode. So maybe some would say a bit like Twitter or X or Threads, but not really. We will have the ability to have an algorithm for the activity feed, but that's not the point. I think engagement bait and discussions are not that point. Most of all, it's a tool for you to be able to, at the end of the year, for example, have a Spotify Wrapped type of thing. It's like, oh, you've spent this much time with these video game milestones and these TV series and that sort of thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll evolve this together. The important thing for today is get things running, get the authentication flow, and use things that Supabase and Postgres have, like row level security, to see how we can have less business logic on the code and still have confidence that only I am able to edit my activities, but other people can see my activities. So we'll go with that one. There are people that are using Drizzle as the ORM to talk to Supabase, and I believe a big reason for that could be that, first of all, Drizzle is great, but the Supabase CLI client also is really good, has a nice way to create Typescript types for you, but Drizzle can do that automatically, which is a bonus to them, but still pretty good. But it doesn't currently offer a way to do database transactions. For many people, this is a deal breaker. Database transactions is when you want to do 3 operations, for example, in a row, and if any one of them fails, then you want to cancel the whole thing. So the key example, the go-to example for this is someone buys a product, you want to remove it from the stock inventory because it's getting shipped, and then you deduct from their balance, you do a payment, something like that. If anything there fails, you don't want to actually say, oh, we've thrown away this product and then it magically disappears. You don't want to charge the customer for something that doesn't happen. So that's quite tricky. If you, for these types of use cases, transactions are essential. The Supabase client doesn't offer it, but of course, behind the Supabase client is a Postgres database and you can run transactions on Supabase. So you can possibly use remote procedural calls, RPC, but I think lots of people are using Drizzle to do the transactions like that. We'll evaluate that when it comes to that. Today, we will be focusing on the login flow to start with and see how far we get to. And the row level security. Hello, Mike in the chat as well. And we will talk about row level security RLS when you may want to use the admin role as well in short time. Right, so have I talked enough about the intros? Probably not, because I didn't mention all of these codes that we're doing today and all of the other codes with the other tech stacks. They're all using SvelteKit for now, but we have different solutions for authentication, different solutions for databases, different versions of SvelteKit. All of that you can get into by subscribing to JOHNNIFY Premium. Yearly or monthly, you get invited to a GitHub repo which has all of the GitHub organization that has all of the private GitHub repositories we have, which are quite a lot at this juncture, quite a few. And a baker's dozen of people that have joined up alongside with me, which I truly appreciate. And it's a lot of value, in my opinion, and my opinion of my friends, where I've pitched and they're like, you still have this price? But most of all, it's a way for me to know that you do appreciate this, you're giving back to this, so you are allowing me to do this more and more as time comes on. That's how we made it to 100 in a relatively maybe short amount of time. I don't know, we'll see. You decide what's a short amount of time or what is a long amount of time. Cool, so even the cost for this is available for you. Anything you want. You want your membership service, there is something there for you. Anything else to show off We do have like light and dark mode on all of them. We've talked about the responsiveness and internationalization. Some of these even have like a terms of service and privacy policy pages, which are necessary if you're going to do login with Google, for example, and go to production and reach and want to have your own logo, or if you have a lot of users, then Google will want to verify that your website looks legit, and you are going to need like a terms of service or privacy policy page, which I always dislike creating. So here you go. I've created this one for you. You can get started with that one. And this is kind of using shadcn, but we'll be bringing in more shadcn components in this stream. I think it looks kind of nice, to be honest. Like, I'd never read any of these. I just click accept and move on. But, you know, it looks nice. Lucia Turso is promising, but I don't know if it supports transactions. Yes. Turso is SQLite, which does support transactions, and Drizzle does have the transactions API. I think we have a transaction in Loot Goblin. When you create new loot, I'm not sure. When you, I think we have an example of a transaction here. No, in JOHNNIFY Premium, for sure, I have a transaction there for when you're about to sign up. Anyway, it is possible. We can do it like that. Cool. So I've talked for what feels like hours, but don't worry, we have hours more to go. Let's, one of the things with Supabase as well, should look even more about Supabase versus SQLite or Turso. Maybe, but one of the great things with Supabase is that it has great tooling for local development. When you work with SQLite, maybe you don't need that great tooling because it's much easier to run an SQLite database anywhere and quite fast. But a Postgres database can be a bit tricky on some machines and for some people. But Supabase through Docker does have a great solution to run the whole stack that they offer locally. This is huge. This is very professional. This is very, very nice. And that's how we'll start the stream for today. Question by Mike, do you have a template? We can earn like NPMI, Johnny Turso Drizzle Kit template. Not really, not PNPM create something like this, because I don't like maintaining these templates. And I do think that you should go through the live streams and try them yourself. But we do have an episode of how I do that with one of these repos. So how we started Loot Goblin, for example, is based off Paulina Papers. And if you have access to this repository, you can just copy the URL here. And then you can go to the terminal. And then in like wherever your code is, you say git clone this. And you put the name of your project there. So Mike's project or something, you know, Mike's startup idea. And that will copy that whole project in that directory. You get in there, you remove the git history because you don't want to make changes to the original Loot Goblin or anything like that. You wouldn't be able to, but you don't want the git history. There are instructions on how to do this on the repos as well, which I think is what you're looking for. And for the Lucia one, I would say actually copy this one, that says one, and then start it up like there. But since we just did this in the last live stream, there are fewer instructions on this readme, so you may need to look around. Supabase CLI from Song is my favorite part of Supabase for sure. It's huge. It's really, really good. It's huge, and we'll cover it now. So I have already installed the CLI too. You may need to install it yourself, but what you need to do is go into your project, which I have actually started by copying the chess project and then just removing some stuff from there, and run Supabase in it. And even though my terminal doesn't know that this is installed, maybe that's true. Ah, right. So unlike their instructions, where they're saying just install this globally, that's like 2010s ideology. You don't need to install this globally, and because you are going to be using Supabase in this project for quite a lot of things, you can go to your packet station, or actually go to the terminal and add the Supabase CLI. And we're using PNPM here, so as a dev dependency, I'm going to add Supabase. That's going to bring it in, and now I am going to be able to run the npx or npx or the ban equivalence, banx, whatever package manager you're using. And now you should be able to do Supabase init if you have Docker installed. VS Code settings for Dino is what it's asking me here. It's used to say that for their edge functions, Supabase was using Dino, which is from the creator of Node at Typescript first approach, alternative to Node, which hasn't really gotten a lot of traction. Ban now has gotten more traction than Dino, of all things. So thankfully, now they don't require you to to make Dino available on your system, and I will not. And also, we won't be using Supabase edge functions because they're very expensive. And with SvelteKit, we can do something similar, maybe with cron subs, maybe with triggers and web soaks, something like that. I do find them, like the Supabase is often very good value, but probably less value than Turso, because you pay for the convenience of a lot of the things they're taking care of for you. But especially when it comes to their edge functions, I do find that they are quite expensive. Anyway, Supabase init has been run. Let's see what this results into. So a seed file, which has nothing to seed our database, a config file, which has some configuration for Supabase. Oh, if you want to use Supabase CLI, pass it an OpenAI key, put it in your .env. It's kind of neat. We are going to see that file. I git ignore in the Supabase directory to say ignore the temporary directories it's creating. This one I had. And we've added the Supabase dependency itself. So not many files, just the empty seed file really, and the config toml is what happened here. This defaults to the name of your directory. If you want to change it, if you already have a project that you've created and somehow you've mismatched the names, double check it here. We are going to be changing stuff in this config later, but for now we won't need to. For example, we're going to be enabling some Auth 2 flows by changing stuff here, and also keeping a record of how we've modified our email templates, for example, for password resets or magic link logins in here, which I haven't seen covered in other episodes, but we have done in the past, and I quite like it. Right, so 3 files added, one of them important, but not yet cool. How do I run the Supabase database? I just do Supabase start and pnpx again to use the local version of Supabase that we have. And that will just start the Supabase stack, which includes the Postgres database, but also some other handy tools for local development, such as an email catcher called InBucket. So locally, when you're testing, for example, you don't actually want to send emails. You probably just want to capture those emails and have an interface where you can see them. So that's one of the cool things that Supabase Start does for you. It also has a way to deploy the Supabase edge functions, but I find it highly unlikely we'll actually be using those because, as I said, they're expensive. Now that they're not in Dino either, like you already have a Typescript project, you can already do endpoints if you're going with SvelteKit, so why use them is my question. For other people, much more useful. Maybe if you have like an iOS app or an Android app and you don't have a dedicated server running things, you don't have an easy way to deploy your own functions, then Supabase Edge functions, for example, super helpful. It's just for us that not that much helpful. Here you go, Edge functions runtime. Will we ever use it? Unlikely. One of the projects that we have in the JOHNNIFY org is a monorepo, with the idea being that maybe you want your UI, could be SvelteKit, could be Next.js, could be whatever, but maybe you want a dedicated API server just handling those things that maybe are the things that your mobile app is creating. You can have a different directory, a different app for your Flutter app or your Swift app or whatever you're doing there, talking to your Fastify API or Elysium API or whatever you're using. All right, so after spinning up everything, you get some environment variables, which are fine to show publicly because, as you can kind of see, a shout out to fellow principal software engineer Joao, who did the same trick like 15 years ago. And I still laugh about that, having like the fake secret, the local secret, be 32 characters long or however long it was, and then saying this needs to be like 24 characters long. Anyway, all of these things are to connect to the local database. So even if you have them, you won't be able to talk to my machine and connect to this database, which is local anyway, so you won't be able to cause that much havoc. Something recent with the general availability week that Supabase has had last week, I believe, is that they've made their file upload system S3 compatible as well. So these are new. If you've seen the live stream we've done 6 months ago or earlier, these shouldn't have been there. Anyway, the ones we care about is where is our Supabase API running? It's here. Potentially this one, because we can open this URL and have the UI interface that you also have in live Supabase. And most of all, the anonymous key, which we will be using all the time to connect to our Supabase database with RLS, and the service role key, which maybe sometimes we're going to use as well. Hello, Christian, in the chat as well. So I am excited to see the S3 integration and the image transform and all that. Let's see if we get that far. But we are running this locally. And I think that's it. We need to start deciding what our app is going to be about. And something they often suggest, and something I find kind of tricky with Supabase, with the thing is, their databases have a lot of schemas. That's fine. They have the public schema, which is supposed to be queried by your users or even your admin connections. But they sometimes make it quite hard to query the auth schema specifically, which I do want to do sometimes. After a user goes into the login flow, a lot of the information does end up into their auth schema, and maybe I just want to go there and get the person's email, which I don't want to be in the public schema. But Supabase makes it a bit hard. Don't forget the timestamp notion. Oh my god, what a shout out. So yeah, let's see. I'll have to double set this one. Cheers, Giuseppe. Nice one. Right, so sometimes I do want to query some of these schemas as a server client, and Supabase makes it hard, makes it harder than it should be. But I'm sure there'll be like a, you know, end user problem. You should design your architecture better so your public schema is actually reflective of all the data you ever want to read, which is like fair enough. But what I'm trying to say is that every one of our users is going to have quite a lot of information in one of the hidden schemas, the auth schema, and we only want to expose and make easily public by creating a new table in the public one. And a common way out, as Giuseppe says, just store the email there. Don't worry about it and not create. But, you know, it's a big part of the RLS. The role of the security is that users are only able to see what they're supposed to see, but having a column that you don't want to expose makes it puts the ball back in your side of the court to not actually show everyone's emails. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. Anyway, we want a profiles table because our app, let's delete almost everything, close many tabs. So this app, you should have an activity feed here where you can see the users that have been playing video games and watching movies and seeing series and binging on books and all of that. And that shouldn't have their, you know, logged in with Google, their Google ID is this and their Twitch handle is that. Not necessarily. You want some public information for them. You want their name, you want their avatar, and maybe for you, we'll put the email in that table, but yeah, we'll see. Anyway, it does mean we need to create a migration for this. And the way you do migration here, the Supabase, there are a couple of ways to do this. We could actually use the UI to create the table here and then use their diffing tool to figure out that, oh, you don't have a migration for this. And then it will kind of automatically create this one for you. But what makes you like 56% cooler is when you can write the SQL by yourself. So that's what we'll attempt to do here, especially since the example code they have is very close to what we'll want to do. So let's say pnpx Supabase new, create a profiles table. You could also call this users commonly. You could call your users anywhere you want. I used to work at a company called Triptease and they called us teasers, but don't hold that against me. It was a UK company and we love our cheeky humor. So yeah, just run this. This is just going to create a file, even though it looks like it's doing much more. And it creates a migration with a timestamp as it should, because the migrations are going to need to be running in order. And we can see that the migration has nothing in it. We're going to put something in it for sure. And I do think one of their examples does have a very realistic users table. Like this. Well, not this one in particular. So we said we're going to call it profiles. They say ID big int, but commonly I always go for UUIDs because then you leak less information. If a user knows their own ID and it's like 10, they know that there's probably 9 other users, or if they try to do 11, then they'll find another user. And you have all the security in place to prevent that user even from knowing that, oh, user 11 is probably a thing, get their information. They won't be able to get it easily, but security by obscurity is a thing, could be your first stage in security. So I do go for UUIDs here. But actually, what I actually want here is to reference the ID that exists in the UI table anyway. In the auth table, in the private schema, the auth schema. So we're not gonna use that at all. We're gonna use a name. We've talked about how just asking for a name is fine. It's what you want to do. You don't want to say first name and last name and middle name. You are being a bit exclusive if you're being specific like that. just ask for a name and ask for the person, how do you want to be displayed at, like how do you want to be called, and that's about it. And we can reference the email as well, maybe, not sure, maybe not, maybe we won't keep it for now. But we will have an avatar URL created at now, sure. So let's see here in their users table example, in the other link in the description. Whenever I saw something and I read for it a lot, look in the description. I very often have the links needed for you to code along if you don't want to pause my screen. And I'm getting a bit of a lag with my second display here, which is a bit unfortunate, but hopefully you can see everything just fine still. Right, there you go. This is what we want for the user ID. So still an ID column, but of type UUID, never null, and actually references the ID column on the auth users table. And if you ever delete a user from auth users, then they should delete the row here. Fair enough. They are doing first name, last name here because they didn't watch the episode where we've talked about how it's best to just use name. And here it explains that the primary key is ID. I guess they had it on the same line before. But they've decided to paste it in later. It's an extra comma, sure. I think that's what we need. And you'll notice that the next line is to enable row level security. If you enable row level security for any table, it means there will need to be a check for any operation to happen on that table. So if I connect to the database and a table has row level security, by default, I will get no data because there needs to be a rule that evaluates to true when I try to create that data. And what we're gonna do is when anyone is trying to read from the table, it will always return true. If you're trying to do a select operation, it's fine no matter who you are. But if you want to do an update operation, then our rule will say, let's check if your ID, the logged in user's ID, is the ID of that table, for example, the ID of the profiles table here, for example. And that makes it so that part of the business logic, who is able to see and who is able to update and delete records and where, is in your database rules, which makes sense. For example, if you have multiple apps that are doing update profile operations, you could have them talking to a single API that has this one logic that does this stack, which would be fine. But a common error would be, oh, my Next.js app versus this admin SvelteKit app or whatever you're doing. They have two ways to check, is the user ID the same as the logged in user's ID? If not, don't do the update operation. Having it here in your database ensures that your source of truth is your database, having the role in your database ensures that the business logic is always in place. It's always in the source of truth. You'll never forget to add it, is what I'm trying to say. Why not add email there? Christian asks. I am kind of doing it to kind of prove a point that it is hard to query the auth table, but for convenience, you can just add it. Maybe we'll just add it, for example. The idea is that in here, in the dashboard of the app, I will want to show a feed of our users, and I don't want to show your email necessarily, because when you sign up, you have this implicit trust that I'm not gonna show your email anywhere and use it for anything else. And simply by having it in the profiles table, it increases the chances that I do something by mistake. Like I didn't mean to leak your email, but this just happened. That's one example of why I wouldn't want to do that. But if you do have it there, then it does enable you to change the contact email address. For example, would you want to do that? I'm not sure. But yeah, for now, we won't have it. What happens when you want to email every user that has, that's where having it in the profiles table is handy for me as a developer, but it shouldn't be the end user's problem. So I guess for convenience as a developer, I would just add it into the profiles table. but for the convenience of the user, I'm not adding there just to ensure that I'm not messing it up and leaking people's emails. Even though it may happen because we will be showing off this app. A question is like working with your team on a SaaS. Yeah, of course, context is everything. If you have a dashboard and everyone is logging in with their work accounts and everything, then it's super useful for any other person to be able to see your email, of course. So if the email is something you are planning to show into everyone else using your app, or everyone else in a specific organization in a setting like that, then of course, put it in the schema. But for this app in particular, where I don't want to show a person's email ever, I will just not put it on the public schema. Just as a safeguard. Only put stuff there that you're willing to show elsewhere in the UI, and I don't plan to show the email there. All right, so I'm clicking around here, trying to think of triggers. We have the schema here. I think that's going to be it for now. So no email, even after considering this. And now, what I don't want to do is to have two sources of truth of how many profiles exist versus how many logged in users I have. That's why we're going to add a database trigger that's going to say every time a user signs up, so every time a row is entered into the secret auth table, auth user table, then I'm going to copy some data over to the public profiles table. There is a way to do this without triggers, where after the user successfully goes through the login flow, then your SvelteKit app has the logic to add a record in the profile, which is fine. But it increases the chance that something will go wrong on your SvelteKit app. Maybe your SvelteKit app is down when this is trying to happen. Who knows? Having this logic again be in your source of truth, in your database, increases the chance that your data is going to be in sync. So we can copy this kind of wholesale, but we will be reviewing it. We forgot to add the enable row level security thing, actually. Without row level security, your database connection, your client asks for stuff in that table, it's going to see that stuff. It says, I'm going to update this, it's going to be updated. You need to do the business logic to guard against it. With row level security, by default, it will show nothing. So we will be actually saying, show these records to everyone. Yeah, actually, so I take this back, not actually done. We need to do the RLS bit still. So maybe just copy this, because I did talk a lot here. Just to have one more chapter here for easy scrubbing. Right, with row level security, people can see nothing unless there is a matching rule. So now we're going to say everyone is able to do rows here. So on the profiles table, anytime anyone wants to do a select operation, casing doesn't matter in SQL. We're always going to say true, everyone is able to read this. When you want to do an insert operation, so create a new user, only the logged in user, the relevant auth user, needs to match the record they're going to be attempted to create. So only you yourself can create yourself in the profiles table. And similarly, only you yourself can update the details in your profiles table. So we have these row level security rules, and I guess we have the delete trigger here. So if we have a way to delete for the user to click a button and delete themselves from our user table, it's also going to delete the row here. And because it's going to be a trigger, it's just going to happen because it's a delete cascade trigger. The database will do it itself. It won't care what your connection is. So we don't need a special delete rule here. And that's going to be hard delete. The idea is, so if the auth users row on that table disappears, then it's going to hard delete this row as well. If we had access to the auth users table and able to add a column and have like a soft delete there, then it won't do anything to this column. And especially for profiles, I would imagine the only reason you want to do that would be for GDPR compliance. So the user says, delete all my data from your databases. So I can see some PMs saying, oh, yeah, maybe we can hold on to it for like 3 months or whatever. So soft delete it and then in 3 months delete them then. But that's a lot of cleanup. So for profile specifically, I wouldn't do soft deletion. For anything else, I would be up for soft deleting stuff. But again, it depends. Reddit had this problem where many people deleted their accounts and their content and all of that. And now a big part of Reddit is like deleted user and deleted comment. So maybe they would like for... they would have liked to not have done on delete cascade on these operations, but hey, it's by the by. So yeah, this means that our row level security enabled table is able to do the operations we expect, and we can move on actually to the database trigger. So for the database trigger, which I think I've already pasted here, we are creating a function, handle new user, whenever there is a new row in the other table, then it's going to be inserted into this new table we've created. The ID, the name, and the age, we don't have this. This should reflect the columns that we've actually created here. So ID, name, and avatar URL. And when you log in with a social provider, some of these fields are going to be populated for you. So first name, that sort of thing, depends what you want to use here. But for us, we won't be trying to get the age that exists. And also, even when they sign up with magic links, you can ask for their name there. But I am going to get the first name and the avatar URL. I think they may have just the name as well. We'll see. We're running this locally, so we'll see what we prefer here. So this trigger is going to be inserted a new row when we're defining the trigger later. We're saying after there is an insert on auth users or each new row, we run this method, which is going to be taking, this is going to be inserting ID, name, and avatar URL. The new row in the auth table, take this ID, this is a huge object that Supabase gets from the social provider, for example, or if you provide metadata during magic link signup, email and password signup. Google, for example, or GitHub will return the first name, and we're saying for the name column, use the first name of the payload. And similarly, for the avatar URL column, use the avatar URL from the metadata. GitHub and other providers do this, but we'll double check and see what is actually returned by Google. We'll be able to look at the dashboard if this really exists. And I think that's it for the trigger. Which means that in theory, things are running smoothly. We want to run this migration. So is there like a migrations run? It's reset to like run all your migrations in order. Or DB reset? I think so. This is gonna run your seed file as well if you have some mock data there. Let's look at the CLI options while this happens. And yes, this one will be updating the local Supabase. We'll have a GitHub action that runs the migration on the live Supabase as well, because that's a cool way to do it. So what other method do we have? Migration new. I expect there's going to be a migration up and a migration down, which I would like to talk about. CLI reference here. So something that Drizzle doesn't have is the ability to run a migration or revert a migration. Does it have it down? Maybe not. Maybe this one doesn't have it too. We still are not defining a method to rerun the migrations, which is a shame, but it does have an easy way to reset the local database and run just all the migrations you have. Something I found with Drizzle is, as I'm experimenting, I'm trying to understand which migrations do I need, and then I need to manually like squash the migrations that I've created in this part. But it's handier that here you can actually do it with just the one command. Anyway, maybe we'll need it, maybe not, we'll find out. The idea is, if we find that the Google login, for example, doesn't give us first name or avatar URL, they name it something else, then I will just rename this instead of creating another migration to change this. And yeah, running migration up would just run this migration and not every migration we have, and won't delete all the data that we have already here. So that's why they have the migration app CLI command as well. But we're just mentioning problems we may have in the future. The idea is now, finally, so this succeeded, I can only imagine. Let's look at this, which is the local Supabase dashboard. And you can see that there is a profile as table now, and can create, it has no data. We expect when we go through the login flow, this will automatically fill some of the columns here. I guess all of the columns, these 3 columns that we have, will fill them. And we'll think about later, do we want a bio? Do we want something else? Who knows? We'll see. But it is high time for Supabase with SvelteKit. So all well and good, doing local development, looking at the dashboard, at the UI. How do we have our app talk to Supabase? This is the thing. Let's see how it works. This is the start of enabling the login flow as well. And they have an extensive guide that we've been through a couple times. It has changed over the years. Last time we did it, it didn't have the save getSession thing. I'm going to talk about this as well. But I'm sure I'll have opinions in a couple places. First one though is indeed installing the dependencies as dev dependencies. So Giuseppe mentions the differences in the hooks file. It uses a card to protect routes, which is pretty cool. You have a centralized page to protect routes instead of page servers. You've switched to this approach. Great, I approve of this approach. We'll definitely talk about that way to guard routes. All right, so we need two of these packages. The SSR one is because we are running on a commonly used for SvelteKit environment. The Edge, Virtual Edge, specifically works the same for Cloudflare workers as well. We found that doing API connections on those environments is harder because you can't have a persistent TCP connection. Whatever we were doing before, normally when you had a long running server, we weren't able to do it when we started deploying on the Edge or the cloud short-lived lambdas. But I digress. What it really wants is to add some Supabase variables here on our local file. And as usual, in this project there is a .env.test, which will be used for tests, but also is used as a .env.example as well, for you to be able to know what type of variables you should have. This one is a carryover from the project I said I started with. So facts there. But what we need to fill in is the public Supabase URL. I do have pre-filled the Google Client IDs and clients and Twitch secrets and all of that we'll talk about later, but still, because I am gonna open those files, I'll need to go into the other screen to fill in the public ones that we had here. And if they are like too long, I think there is a command to rerun them, but it's fine. I'm gonna find them. Is it just list status? I think maybe status. Let's have a go. Not quite. Maybe if you spell it as Supabase, you'll have more luck, Johnny. Yeah, so if you didn't copy paste these, run pnpx Supabase status and you got them. Cool. So the API URL is what we need, as well as the unknown secret, and maybe I'll even add the service role key as well while we're at it. So since we're here, maybe we do need a not public, never leak this, service key here. So the terminal, that's fine. Slide this over here. Open .env.local. And copy the Supabase URL. Let's do this. Copy the anonymous key. And copy the service role key, which can be used to bypass any role level security and do some operations as an admin. We may need that. All right, we have these three things. Next step. For SvelteKit, first thing is to create a hooks file. Do we have a hooks file for this project? No, I've deleted everything just so we could do it together. So in SvelteKit, you can put a hooks.ts file in your source directory. So at the root of your source directory, you can put a hooks file. And in there, if you export a handle method, everything that you put there is going to run before or as every request gets executed. So every time your server gets a request, this handle is going to run. There are a couple more useful methods you could export, like rewrite, which we may handle later. But for now, we'll just copy paste what they have here and see what they're doing. So in this file, essentially, do remember they're just exporting a handle file, a handle method, which is going to be running in every request. These are in our .env.local, and it's going to be in our environment in our verset deployment if we want that to work. Don't forget to add that. And we're putting in the locals the Supabase connection. So we've done some dependency injection in the previous series where we said our users repo, I put it in the locals, and then I have an interface that defines the users repo, and I have the DB users repo and the in-memory users repo, or the Cloudinary image uploads and the S3 image uploads, that sort of thing. What Supabase recommends is just put Supabase in there and, you know, move on with your life, which can be handy, and then everything else that needs Supabase operations takes Supabase itself. If you want to go further, if you want to go like more Java or Rails or Laravel or whatever, then you could still create multiple repos for your users repo, your activity repo, whatever you want to do, and pass to those clients the Supabase connection, or have a Supabase implementation of your users repo, and have your users repo here, and whether it uses Supabase behind the scenes or Redis or whatever else or both, that's not the concern of the hook. But the examples here just say put the Supabase in locals and move on with your life, which is what we're going to do for now. It is passing where your database is and the anonymous key so you can connect to it, and specifies how to set and get cookies. This is important for SSR because different frameworks have different ways how they handle cookies. In SvelteKit's case, they put a cookies helper in the events, and you get cookies like this. You set cookies like this, but always need to re-specify the root path. This is something that Lucia was warning as well, and why we did like slash versus dot, which they had an example just for consistency with this. Cool. So they're also saying that maybe the session could be tampered with. So they are also doing, whenever you actually want an accurate session, they are doing a server call and an API call to get the user, the logged in user from there, and have an accurate session and not one that's been potentially tampered with, which makes me think, shouldn't they, instead of sometimes calling save getSession, so putting this in the locals to optionally call it whenever you want, I would just call save getSession here. I would just do these operations and always put the latest session and user in the locals, to be honest, because we are going to need it for auth protection, but we'll see. And Supabase does need the content range handler, I guess, for validation purposes, for hashing purposes, that sort of thing. And the thing with SvelteKit is that we need to specify which of the response headers we actually want to pass along. If you don't say anything, then it's not going to pass the content range and Supabase is not going to work. That's why this thing exists. It used to have a comment, but now I guess it's considered common knowledge, which it definitely isn't. Anyway, why is SvelteKit underlining this? It's because we're putting stuff in the locals that we haven't specified they exist. So there is an app.t.ts where we can specify what's in our locals object, which I can only imagine is another file that they have here for us. Oh no, I imagine incorrectly. Surely they must have it somewhere. Maybe it's in their SvelteKit. Guide. So in the SvelteKit tutorial, I trust this is going to be correct. They have these two things. So yeah, I think this is the one where it's always been, and we were just dreaming that it was in the other guide too. Who knows? Anyway, in our app.t2ts, we want to bring in the Supabase client and the session from the Supabase CS library and say that in the locals, we may have a couple things. We may have the Supabase client, which will be typing more specifically by passing in the database, the Typescript types for the database that we have here, and the save getSession method. I don't know if we'll keep this. I guess it's the default example. Maybe we'll just put the session and the user in the locals. I don't know. We'll see. And this one claims, because I guess it's going to be running in a load method, I guess, it's going to be saying that any page is going to have access to the session and the user. I imagine because they have a layout method, which is loading, which is calling save getSession and exposing this, returning this. We'll find out. We will find out. So back to the SSR helpers. On the root layout load, it does look like they do indeed have us return the Supabase in a session, but also have us do some other stuff. So in plus layout.ts, which we don't have yet, let's do the root server layout first. The layout server is going to run whenever your first connection to the app. It's going to run during your first connection to the app, but then we're going to switch the client-side router, so it's not going to run again. What we want here, oh, I forgot to delete this from last time. Oops, guess this was undefined. And we can paste in everything here. So this is plus layout.server.ts. Should have saved this file first. And we also want a universal load method. So this is going to run on the server sometimes, but on the client sometimes as well, while the .server.ts will always run only on the server. And it seems happy. Kinda happy. But why are we complaining here? Because we're not returning the user, I see. So in the universal, this may run on the client method. It is also returning the Supabase connection, but not the user. Do we have the user somewhere? It's not a real thing, maybe not. So yeah, for now, just to go through the tutorial, it seems like it doesn't like this as page data, so we'll have to double check. The server layout does return the session and the user, so it feels like, so this is happy, it is indeed that we're not returning the user that they don't like. this universal layout. I see it's getting the session again. So Giuseppe says that there may be another version of this guide, but not sure. Let's look at the SvelteKit guide. So here they do have a layout.ts, and they do the same thing here. Anyway, because you'll be following along as well, let's try to see how far we get with this one, with the root layout load. So we've removed the user from the page data. I don't know if we'll need it later, but for now, let's just do it like this and see where we get. And we've done this. In any page component, we have access to the Supabase client here, if we ever need it. In API route, we have access to the Supabase and the locals, and in form actions as well, we have access to Supabase and locals. So the same thing for everything. You may notice for Next.js, for example, there are like many different ways to create the server action client versus the middleware client. It's trickier. It is more unified than before, so they do have just the create server client method here that you use most of the time, but not always. And the thing that I find really handy with SvelteKit is that in the hooks file, you put the Supabase connection in the locals, and that's it. Everything else takes it out from there. While with Next.js, you need to create the server client again and again and again, almost the same way every time. Sometimes you do need to specify the cookies as well. But yeah, this is too much. You definitely need a convenience method for this. With SvelteKit, just on the hooks file, you create the Supabase client, you put it in the locals, and that's it. Everything else takes it out from the locals there. Besides client-side components. So on the client, on the Svelte components, you do have the Supabase client in returned as the data. Maybe we won't want this if we want a real-time connection to the activity feed. Maybe we'll use it, but personally, I love doing things on the server only if we need a real-time connection to something and subscribe to some data. That's the only case where I will actually be using the Supabase client on the front end. Everything else will be on the server, and everything else on the server just gets it from the locals. All right, I think this is it. Let's have a look at the layout method in SvelteKit and see what they say. So there must be a way we can read what the layout.server returns. Maybe not. Maybe not. So yeah, there must be a way to get the user as well. So what Giuseppe is saying in the chat, Giuseppe is saying that there is a similar method called getUser, which will be return user here, and then you can return it here. And then the layout.ts, even if you are in the client-side loading mode, then you'll still have access to the user, which means you can define that in page data, you'll always have either session or user. So yeah, I think that's what we're missing here. I think, well, should we be doing these at the same time? Not sure. Maybe. This performs a network request. Does it return anything else? Does it also return the session? Probably not. No, just this. Hello, Andrea. How are you doing? This one, what do they say here? Right, so this one loads value directly from storage attached to the client, so maybe localhost or not localhost, local storage, which can be tampered with. That's the problem, but it also means that there won't be any real benefit from running this in parallel. I'm doing well as well, thank you for asking, and I'm happy that you're doing well. You're doing good. So yeah. This just parses a cookie on the client, so it should be super fast. This one is the one doing a network request to the Supabase service to get the user. So I'd say we don't need it, to be honest. Do you want it to happen every time? Maybe not. I'm not sure. We will add it. I think it's one of those things where if you see a performance issue, then you start to find the bottlenecks and check here. I haven't seen a link to the report today, but sorry, I think it's YouTube filtering that, unfortunately. We'll need to share in the Discord later, but I have closed Discord as well. But we're making it through. So we have the Supabase client available in various ways. What we want is a latest update section here. Let's see, what do I have in the agenda? Plonk, plonk. We've done this. Let's render every user we have, which is none, because no one has gone through the login flow. All right, let's render an activity feed of all our users, which are none, because no one has successfully logged in yet. We'll be doing that shortly. There are a couple of ways to do it, because we have the Supabase client both on the server and the client, but as I said, for whenever I can get away with loading data on the server, I load data on the server. So let's just say that in our root page here, we want one more section called latest activity. And then it's gonna have like all our users, maybe latest users. Maybe extract nothing. And this one, it's just gonna show usernames, I suppose. Names and avatar URLs if we have them. But how are we gonna get them? So our page.svelte, we're gonna create a page.server.ts. And whenever these export load methods they magically pass data to the UI. Done this a couple times. So if I were to return, like I had like const latest users here, which is an array of like ID. I don't need the ID. Name. Johnny and and I return the latest users. Then, in the corresponding class page.svelte, this is going to be made available in the data object in props. So SvelteKit magically passes anything we load in class page.server.ts in the sibling UI page here. So the cool thing with SvelteKit is that it is going to magically type everything for us, so it knows what we're returning in that load method, and it knows that this page specifically does have the latest users here. So I can do like an each data users as name, put in a UL, and for each one of those I can just do like a div actually, and put the name in there. And Typescript saves me because this should be latest users. So now I save, and bam, I have this hard-coded data. Here there are two things. Well, one thing. These are hard-coded data here. What we actually want is to read from our actual Supabase tables. We said we've put the Supabase connection in the locals, so we can get it out here. And gonna wait. Supabase, how do you do a select? You say from the table you want to select, which is the profiles table. Select the name, and that is actually going to be returning data or error. If error, we can throw it. But our latest users are going to be the data we return here, which is no data, unfortunately, because we have new users. But I'll take a small break to check up on my dog and be back for login flow. And we're back. Doggy's fine. I've given her her nice bone. Hopefully you can't hear her munching it, but she's so happy. Let's check on the agenda. Wow. We'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll take it away in a little bit. So we had a break, and now we're going to use shadcn to implement this. So login flow. The first time anyone successfully goes through this flow, I expect to see them in this activity feed where we have none. Maybe let's just see here. Have like an if. If we have a length of users, then do this. Else. Say no recent activity. And see where we go with that one. Right, so login flow with shadcn. Login flow with shadcn. In the previous episode, we went through how exactly you can install shadcn Svelte and bring in the components of your choice. We'll only be needing a big button, to be honest. So let's have a look at the shadcn Svelte. I will talk about the setup that you need to do. If you want a more detailed guide on this, what's the latest stream? So I think in their examples, they have an auth example here. So we may do this in the end when we have like more than one option. So we'll do two buttons today. Like they have the GitHub button, we'll have login with Google, and we'll login with Twitch. But probably in the next episode, we're going to do the email auth, which is going to be super fun because we'll also be using that way to validate an end-to-end test whether the login flow works. It's hard to test the login flow when working with auth providers. It's easier to do it with emails. So that's what we're be attempting to do eventually. But for now, just the one button is gonna work. And we do happen to have the one button from the previous episode. How do you install shadcn? For SvelteKit, they do have detailed guides, and you can even copy like for PNPM or whichever package manager of choice. First one, Christian, we're going to do Google. Great. Other one is going to be Twitch, simply because this is going to be video game related, and I think we'll use the Twitch credentials as well to use a Twitch-powered video games API as well. That's why I'm doing Twitch, and just to show something different. But Google, everyone wants Google, so we're definitely doing it today. So detailed instructions of how to use shadcn, a super popular library, especially for React, but taking over the front-end world everywhere. It's built on top Tailwind CSS, but it has a lot of opinions for the more complicated components that you may want to have. So it has good suggestions on what other libraries you may want to be using to achieve effects that work cross-platform. For example, you can do a carousel with Tailwind just fine. It may need a bit more work to make it work across browsers, but you'll be losing some things with like stats. What if I want, people often ask me, what if I want arrows? You can do them, but it's a lot of work. And with shadcn, you bring in the carousel component, and then it is a lot of code if you inspect what is actually being added to your database. And it may be a bit tricky to get to grips with, but less tricky than having to do everything from scratch. That's part of the appeal of shadcn. And also it has a pretty like minimal bare bones style. So you can add to it as well. I think that's the same with this UI, which is HTML first, and always shows how you can get things work with vanilla HTML, no JavaScript, no Svelte or React or anything, which I really appreciate. Some people tell me, you know, this UI is a bit boring, but you can style anything. It's just Tailwind. It's just CSS. But for all of us, it's never just CSS. CSS is tricky to do. It can be intimidating. And shadcn has the opinions, especially for those third-party libraries when trying to do things like the combo boxes, for example, like have this input, search these things, command palettes, another input that has like these sections and can filter according to what you type. These are quite complicated. So one of the big reasons shadcn is popular is not just it's using a great styling framework, Tailwind, not just that you can customize it quite a lot, it's also that it has good opinions on what you can use to create components that are needed in many apps, like the calendar component. So there you go, 3 examples of components that would be quite complicated to do from scratch. Now, we're not going to use any of those. We'll just use the button component as well. So we have added shadcn by going through the guide here. It allows you to specify some configuration options in a components.json. Eventually, all this does is instruct shadcn when you want to say, oh, I want to add the component into my app, the carousel component. It instructs it to use, to find your lib components UI directory and put all of its stuff there. There's also some things we've added in our root app CSS, some custom properties, also known as CSS variables. Again, these are not quite the defaults of shadcn. Most people will have the black and white version for light and dark mode. But here is where you could be tweaking those things to better fit your style. So especially when working with colors, and I have like the green branding here, I do like having a subtle, very dark but green hue to the background. But we'll get deeper into that later, just to prove custom properties. Everything is based on the custom properties you set here, the CSS variables. And maybe to explain what these are the HSL values of the colors. You may be more used to like hex codes. Let's look like this. These are the HSL values of the colors. So this is the degree on the hue wheel. This is the saturation, and this is the lightness. With shadcn and Tailwind and older versions of Tailwind, you need to specify the HSL attributes, and also to specify them in this weird format without like commas, without the HSL specifier. Now it is supported in some browsers to be able to do this and then extract like the color space or whatever you want from that. But for maximum support, and what wasn't available when Tailwind began, is to be able to derive the HSL from a hex code. So what they have you do is specify them like this, so they can more easily add like, you know, plus 5% to the lightness value, or subtract 1% from the lightness value, or make it more saturated when it's like dark. Anyway, the short answer is, for now, you cannot use hex for this. You have to use the HSL values, and indeed, like, not specify a color here, because Tailwind wants these values separately in order to do derived colors that it does. So that's an annoyance that I'm sure in the future will be circumvented, because, for example, I don't have a VS Code plugin that just shows what color this is. I need to see it in real life. Well, if this was actually, you know, red, then I do get the little preview here, which I can actually click and change into HSL, but that's not what Tailwind wants. Tailwind wants this exactly, which my editor doesn't understand. Like, it's not able to understand. Oh, it's some numbers to my editor, but in reality, it's some numbers that Tailwind is going to use as HSL values, and therefore they correspond to the color red. So hopefully this made sense. Short answer is you cannot use hex for now. And Tailwind didn't use supported. I think they are starting to support being able to pass in variables, hex codes. Daisy UI, for example, supports hex codes, but I think, anyway, I'm not gonna elaborate on this further. Tailwind needs this, therefore shadcn needs this in the future, where there's going to be more support to extracting these base attributes out of any color, including a hex code. Then hex will be supported. For now, not supported. Cool. The naming of this, I do commonly use like primary and secondary, but I've never been a fan of like muted, destructive. It's like, whoa, I guess that's alert. But naming things is hard, so that's fair enough. The way this UI names things, I do find it more in style to what I was doing. But anything that's popular is going to catch on even more, so I'm happy to use the conventions that they have here. All of this to say, we've set up shadcn, and we've brought in the button component, which is the simplest one that they have, because it's just one component. It's not made of various different components like a calendar component, which has many things. So that's what we want to use here. All right, so maybe I'll call this like shadcn recap. And actually see, wow. Commence this. And only now we're getting into UI again. So great question by Christian. I had the same question yesterday, both in the chat and myself. So for commonly in JavaScript, it does happen that people don't like hunting things in directory, so they don't want to import button/button. So they create an index file that allows you to just import the button from there. So let's just see how this works. So in our login page, here, we want to say login with GitHub. Google. Great, but we want to use a shadcn component, so we're going to say login with this. But people don't want to hunt down like so far, so they create index.js files that re-export other files, so you're able to save on some space and just do this, and it's going to work the same. And I never liked this, to be honest. It's one of those things where, you know, if the convention of the company is we do that for everything, I'm fine. It doesn't really bother me. Makes sense. The real benefit, I guess, is when you have components that are made up of even more components. So the form component, for example, is made out of like 5 million components here. And I would do form/description/description.svelte, and also like field errors and, you know, 5 million things. But other people would say, no, Johnny, I don't want to work with it like this. I just want to import many components from the /form directory. And you achieve this by having an index file that re-exports all of these components for you, that then you can use like form.description in another file. We're gonna use this later, but that's the idea of having an index file. At the first stage is just to save on doing like slash and slash again, but the biggest benefit is when you do have a lot of components in the same namespace and you don't want to import them separately. You just know, for the carousel component, I want to import all 5 components that I need for the carousel from the one directory. I just find it handier, is what other people would say. I think it's fair enough. I get that argument. So I just follow along what the convention of the company is. If other people say, oh no, I want to explicitly import it from this, because then when I command click on the import, it gets me to the index export and I get upset. Or when I try to like autocomplete this, I don't know, not sure. There are arguments either way, but this is the argument for this. And yeah, exactly. To me, if it's just one file, doesn't really make sense to do it. If it's many components, then there is a benefit there. I can see it, makes sense. But then if you're like, well, I want to have a standard, I want to have the convention being I always use an index file versus I have to think about when to use an index file. So that's how you arrive to the button component having that index export. But the unfortunate thing is that the example in shadcn, when you install it, if you go through the tutorial, is to add the button component, which is the simplest one, which is just a button component. So lots of people, including myself, would be like, why do I do this? Why do I have to do like a roundabout way like this? I don't know. That's by the by. Did we magically just do this? The login by Google button while trying to explain this? Awesome. But we also want an icon as well, and we do have a Google icon, I believe. We've created this SVG component ourselves. Perfect. Looks all right, I would say. How did I get the icons to work? I kinda cheated. So shadcn recommends Lucite Svelte or Radix Svelte according to the style. But because I do like the magic completion here, what I've actually done is I've created Svelte components of the SVG icons. Is the quick answer. I use unfiltered to find the component that I want. I copy it to clipboard, and then I go to SVG OMG to paste the markup here and get a optimized version just in case of the SVG. And then I go and create in the components icons a new Svelte file, or commonly I just copy paste one of the existing components that I have. So just to have the globe, anything but the globe. Anyway, the name doesn't really matter. And then I copy the SVG attributes that have been run through this, the markup here. And with Svelte 5, this is much easier. Because I don't need to rebind click events, or I don't need to pass in any other props or even do anything with class names. I just get all the props like this with Svelte 5 and spread them here. And only thing that needs to be defined is the view box, really, the way I do things. Fill its current color according to the options that I have in this tool. And then, bam, the new icon is available to use elsewhere. And I do get this nice autocomplete action. While if you use something like Popanator SvelteKit, which is a great tool, where you do commit your SVG icons in version control, you have to tell Typescript that anything I am importing like this is valid. So in your app.d.ts or anywhere else, you declare this file, which says if it has a .svg suffix, or if it has the question mark component suffix, then it's fine, it's going to be a component. But then no matter if this exists or not, no matter if your logo.svg exists in this directory or not, then Typescript is going to think it exists. So that's inconvenient. And also when you try to paste in, like, icon, it's not going to autocomplete it because it won't know where in your project that SVG icon exists. Because what you've told Typescript and your editor is that anything can be a component, and that's it. Well, if you directly define the Svelte component here, then the editor is smart enough to understand what you're trying to input there. Hope it makes sense. Another option is to use something like Auto-populating, or I've mentioned Lucite Svelte, especially if you're going to have a lot of icons in your library. You don't want to do this again and again. But the thing with these libraries are that even if they have millions of icons, at some point, your designer is going to say, no, I want you to use this icon, this custom logo, this whatever, and you'll need to handle the SVG icon some way. But then again, you can use a combination. You can use Lucite Svelte for most things, and then when you have a custom icon, you create a custom component yourself. And Iconify does have a few cool ways to use it, but it's actually a whole different story because they are doing a API request to get the SVG code. And since you're using SvelteKit, you probably want to run this on the server, which is not as straightforward as one might think. So we are bypassing all of that just by declaring the components here. We'll do the Twitch component later. There you go. For login with Twitch. That's the one I should have done now. Anyway, is that it? No, let's put this in a form. So we're still talking login with Google. The way we want to mutate the state is that the user is not logged in. This user, I want them to be logged in. And if they haven't logged in before, create a fresh record of them in the database as well. So it's super mutated. It's a mutating operation. And in order to have the user do things in SvelteKit, we either use links for them to navigate or we use forms. Good old native HTML forms. So we'll put this in a form, and because it's going to mutate some state, it's going to create something new, the method is going to be post. Get methods, just get data, so when you're searching Google, you're not really mutating anything. You're not mutating the things that the results that you're reading at least. But when you do want to make mutations, changes, updates, then you need to post requests. So this one, these are class names. So this form is going to be our login form. We know that we're going to have a magic email login form as well. So instead of using a default form action handler that SvelteKit provides, we'll need to do named forms and named form actions. And to give this one a name, we need to say that it's going to be the social for social login form, is what we've done in the past. And when you click any button, then it's going to submit. So it's worth noting that by default, what SvelteKit brings you here is a component that hard codes type button, which to me is wrong. So I've removed it. And that's one of the things with SvelteKit. Instead of using a library you download from NPM and then you depend on them to make changes or raise issues if you don't agree with some things, it's in your version control. If you don't think that your buttons should have explicit types, then you remove it, you're done. What does cn do? So cn is a utility method that when you first install shadcn, it's going to get created for you. It merges the Tailwind classes. So it understands what is a Tailwind class and what it isn't, but also it like if you do happen to have this, for example, because now my editor does have the hint from Tailwind that this is happening, but if this were a dynamic component and I had like some extra classes here, so maybe I want this to always be relative, and then where I use this component, I also say relative, this cn method takes care to overwrite the same strings that you're trying to add. And also, it's also used to conditionally apply classes as well, which we haven't used here. But with CN, you can actually say something like, you can pass it an object and say, apply this class and this class, but only if a condition is true or false. So it will apply all the classes that are the property of the objects you pass it if their values are truthy. So that's one handy thing that CN is doing as well. So merges element classes and allows you to conditionally apply classes as well. It's handy for libraries that aren't SvelteKit, which also has that aren't Svelte. Svelte also has its own apply this class if this variable is true or false solution. So I don't think we'll be using it for that purpose in our cases. So what I was going to say about the button is that they do have the button component we're exporting that they specifically type as button, and they also have the form button which they explicitly type as a submit button. But in my case, the form button is the same as the vanilla button because, in my opinion, buttons should have an implicit type instead of specifically saying this is a submit button or a button type button. I think I've said button too many times. The thing to know is that the browser is clever and knows that if a button is inside of a form, it will consider it as a submit button. If it's not, it's going to consider it as a button. And I don't like providing properties and characters when they're not needed, which is one of the reasons why I don't do semicolons in the end. Like, why do more characters when fewer do trick? That's what I want to know. All right, so we have this form, and that's going to be it for this part. We're saying that when this button, when this form submits, which it will do by clicking this button, it's going to hit the social action handler. What is that? That doesn't exist at the moment. We need to define it. We need to say here. We're already at the backend logic part of the process. All right, so we have this form. It's a named form action. It's going to hit the social form action handler. Where is that defined? It should be defined in the sibling class page.server.ts, but it's not. We're going to define it now. We're going to export an actions object, which is going to have all the form actions that we will need for this page. And we said we want a social action handler. So we can have it here, and this is what is going to run when that form, which is named social, is going to submit. So here is where we want to log in the user with Google, and eventually with bits. And Supabase does have some things that we'll need to do. On the backend, all we need is to specify this. And that should redirect the user to the Google flow if we were doing it on the client. But we're going to do the PKC flow, passkey code exchange flow. So we're actually going to be doing more things here. And let's do this first. So here on the backend, we want to say this any handler has everything every other load method or hook has, which includes the locals. And in the locals is where we have Supabase. We have our Supabase client. And here we do know that the provider is always Google for now. We're going to refactor later. And we're going to call this sign in with auth method. So hello Kirill. This is the celebratory 100th live stream. So don't worry about it. It's not like Wordle where you really want like a higher than 90%, maybe 98% success rate or watch rate or play rate. It's fine. If you have like a 2% watch rate, it's fine. This one, if you're planning to do things with Supabase, thank you for the congrats. If you plan to do things with Supabase, have a look in this one as well. But of course, we aren't talking about things that we're taking from granted from the Paulina Papper's stream, including the page transitions that do behave like another way if you're navigating front or back, which is quite cool. So there is value there still. But if your situation today is I want to use Supabase and log in people through Supabase, then you're in the right place. What's this one? Cool. So provider is always going to be Google for now. We're going to be signing in with auth, passing the provider, which is always Google for now. And we're going to say, where do we want to redirect? This should be dynamic because now I want to redirect to localhost. But when I'm deployed in production, I want to deploy to the production URL. So another thing that SvelteKit provides is the URL of the request. So here, we're actually going to be able to say URL origin slash. This is one of the things that I always double check because I'm like, does it have a slash in the end? You can go to your console and use the location origin. So it doesn't have a slash in the end. So I've done well to keep it, I will say. I think this is going to be localhost 5173, and we're going to add this auth callback. So what we're specifying here is after we redirect the user to Google, we'll have set things up so the user will go back to the Supabase endpoint that we're using, and the Supabase endpoint is going to be taking the user back to wherever we specify here. That's the idea. So we also need to implement this server-side method, and in the end, we want to redirect the user to this. The data URL here is going to be the specific provider URL to go through the auth to flow. So for now, where we need to send them to Google, later when we need to send them to Twitch. And SvelteKit has this helper where we can actually redirect the user. And the first parameter, I think, is like 301. First parameter is the status. And I think it's 301. Is it like other? Maybe it's worth checking out the test flow, because the difference when using Supabase is that you have the user hit the Supabase endpoint, not yours first, not your app. So it goes to Google, they go to the Supabase endpoint, which you're not in control of, and then they go back to your app. While when we're doing the Lucia flow, they were going to Google and then back to our app immediately. Now we have the Supabase as the intermediary, which means possibly less code for us and more standardization that they're doing for us across the Auth 2 providers. But it can catch you out, it can cause problems. So what were we doing there? We were doing a 302 redirect. Is this one the C other? Found. What's 301? Moved permanently, definitely not that one. C other is the one I was debating as well. All right. So, see this. Cool. If error, we can throw there. Kirill says, glad that we're finally testing shadcn. Indeed. And big question, does it make sense to use Drizzle with Supa? So the big thing that we found out in the last stream that I've researched in between is that the Supabase CS client doesn't support transactions, which I was like, no way, that's a huge feature, and Postgres itself does support transactions. I think what the Supabase team wants you to do is use RPC, remote procedural calls, and define the transaction there. And then with the Supabase CS client, you call the RPC. So you indirectly use the transactions here. But lots of people are like, I want my code here. I want to define it. I want to run the transaction, begin the transaction here, and cancel it if something goes wrong, that sort of thing. So for those people, Drizzle is an option because Drizzle has that connection to the Postgres database and does have transactions in their API. So that would be a huge use case for Drizzle. I guess if you're doing the anonymous key flow, you can still use the Supabase client. So for all of this like front-end heavy stuff. But if you want to do some admin work that needs transactions, like a user is expanding this item and then they charged this much, that if anything cancels, if anything result, you want to cancel the whole thing. Transactions are super important to you, and maybe doing it with a Drizzle connection to a Drizzle super admin connection would make sense. And I guess some people just like Drizzle a lot. I like Drizzle. I think the Supabase client as well is great. So I don't know which one I'd prefer, but a huge real reason would be I want to use Supabase, but I also want to use transactions, not with RPCs, like in my code. And that's a reason why you'd use Drizzle with Supabase. Maybe we'll try it. So here, would we throw there or return error? Anyway, we'll find it later. I think that's the error. Object, let's call this error. So we can use the SvelteKit error object. Of course, there's this. What am I doing? Sign error. That's what I need to call this. My doggy is getting slightly antsy. Summer, how are you? Come here. Come to dad. You want to walk? You want to walk? Come here. You can have a little walk. Alright, I've just set her free. Let's see if she causes mayhem. But I don't think so. Right, so we're analyzing this error to find an error so we can log it and then provide a more usable message for the UI later. And this is a named action, so just to keep people on their toes, I'm using the traditional way to define a function. Like, remember back in the day, we used to do like function, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But then we figured that we don't want to worry about binding this and what's the context of this and all of that. So everyone started doing the fat arrow way to define functions. This one is a shorthand of the social property of the actions object is the async function social, which is equivalent almost to saying that the social object, the social property, is equal to this fat arrow method. It's just flavor. I've seen examples where they use this. Again, it's to keep you on your toes. So what you're saying is that Kristen, for sure, is equivalent. This is just a shorthand of defining an asynchronous method in an object. What you're saying is defining it as a asynchronous fat arrow method. Essentially the same thing, since we are not accessing this. It doesn't matter which one you go for. Maybe someone will tell you that with the fat arrow method, you're unnecessarily binding this. And not a beginner question. There are like many things with JavaScript that have evolved over the years. One of the big things with JavaScript is like never deprecate anything, which causes a lot of problems because, you know, you have examples that still have var instead of like let or const. You have things that should be deprecated but aren't, because the idea of one JavaScript is that we never deprecate anything. But this leads to many ways to do the same thing, some better than others. But in my case, I would say that this is just, you know, a pub trivia type of question. In reality, like in real life, it won't affect you if you define it like this, unless you're binding this somewhere else. But you may have an interview at some point where they show you this code and you're like, oh, what's happening here? And now you know. But yeah, they keep asking these questions because sometimes I do these things just on autopilot and I don't realize whether they're whether I've explained them or not. Right, so we're running out here. We're all waiting for me to click this button, but there are some settings we need to define first. And do you remember that configuration object, that config table that we had? Well, actually here, supposedly, we're able to allow some social auth providers. Amazingly enough. So let's see if that's gonna work. So all the way here, if we search for auth, use auth locally, I think they should have example for auth external. All right, so they have an Apple one here. What we want is Google, enable true, and then we need to give it an Apple ID, a client ID, which we know in our .m file we've named Google client ID. And this one we've named Google Client Secret. And this one, I imagine, this is saying for local sign-in with Google Auth, says skip non-stack. Yes, we should turn this true. The direct URL, I can only imagine it's going to be localhost auth callback. probably. And that's it for now. We need to implement this method. Also, whenever we do changes to this file, we need to restart Supabase. So let's do that. The other thing with Supabase and Docker is that you need to explicitly stop them. So if I'm using Supabase locally in many projects, I need to go to the project that I've last run and left running in order to stop the containers there. I've never managed to do them with Docker, and that's annoying. That's when you have many Supabase projects, that's a bit of a peeve. And then we can start it again. And we left this sign up with auth thing in this point, but we didn't create this auth callback. So to have a server-only endpoint in SvelteKit, we have another magic file called server.ts in our case. So it needs to reflect the path that we want. Again, the path is auth callback. So we need to go to source routes and create auth callback plus server.ts. If you remember, if you were on the Lucia auth example, we were capturing the provider or the provider ID here and then having a specific endpoint. So we essentially had a specific callback handler for Google, specific one for Twitch, or passing in that variable to the server. But now it's Supabase that has that logic on their endpoint. So Google sends them to your Supabase, which sends the user back to your app. So you don't need like various callbacks. Supabase has taken care to normalize the various providers for you. And here, let's see if this still works as expected. It looks like it. Do they have like a server handler? How does SvelteKit type this? As a request handler. The verb we want this to handle, the HTTP method we want this to handle is the name of the method we export. So get request is what we want to handle here. It's going to get a code and where to go next from the search params, which I find sometimes doesn't work with Supabase, but hey, we'll find out. Then the code that it gets, it creates a session and puts it in the cookies. I can only imagine here. This must have some cookie setting logic inside here, which is why we've defined those cookie setting parameters back in the hooks file, like this thing. We've told Supabase how it can set cookies with SvelteKit, and then it goes to the next URL that has been specified. So if we've told them redirect to the profile, then it should get us to the profile. And this is like for a custom error page if you want. So maybe to do so our hooks.ts. Oh, that's because I'm wrong. This should be a hooks.server.ts indeed, because we only want to run this on the server 100%. We don't want to run this on the client. The SvelteKit does have universal hooks that you can run on the server or the client, but it'd be a disaster if we run this on the client because it is going to have access to sensitive stuff. Eventually, I guess now it only has the public Supabase URL and the unknown key, but at some point it may have private things. So thanks for catching that. Sometimes I type things wrong. So is that true? Well, it's definitely true that I type things wrong, but let's double check this. Yeah, hooks.server.ts, 100% correct, Christian. Thanks. Cool. So at some point, if we make it to here, it means that there's been a redirect error. You don't need to throw redirects in SvelteKit anymore. They get auto-thrown. So we don't need this, actually. But if they haven't been redirected so far, it means there's been a problem. So you can have a custom error page here to tell them something went wrong. Should we call it? So really, like, I would get them to the error page and have like an error object saying auth error, something like that. So in the same page that we have here, I would say, if you go to the login route, here, but in the parameters you have error, auth error, then show a red alert saying, oh, we couldn't log you in, try again, something like that. I think that would make sense. And just in case, let's start the server here too. All right, so now with this done, in theory, my calculations are correct. Clicking here should get us to Google. I think that's 100% gonna work. Great. The problem is that the redirection is not the one they've expected. So where do they want us to redirect to is the question. Because that's going to be the thing that we need. Okay, we've actually done these things. So do we need to specify auth v1 callback? Maybe. So behind the scenes, yesterday, I did set up things for this new project, the culture stock project. There you go. And I've created some dev credentials for the login flow. And I've specified a callback URL here, which I guess is not correct. Should it be this? Does it say it should be HTTPS? No. So I think it should be fine. But if this keeps on not working, we'll create a new Supabase project and move on with my life and talk to the real Supabase endpoint is the answer, and then put that real Supabase endpoint here, and then it should just work. Let's see. Right, so does it still not like it? Yeah. Oh, it's trying to redirect here. Interesting. So it claims it's trying to redirect back to our app, which I didn't expect. So this one, where you can see that we don't have a code, so we get to the login page, design an error, which is fine. So do we just need to add this and then it's going to be happy? Maybe. So go back. All right. And then I guess this just talks to the Supabase server. Weird. So we press this, we give consent, internal error. What's the problem? Flow state not found. I think the problem is that it doesn't get us back to the Supabase URL. Yeah, so for the authorized directories, they want us to hit the Supabase server, which is fair enough. So does that mean that we cannot override whatever we have there? What else are we doing? That's kind of weird. So in here, we're saying redirect to after they are confirmed. Let's not pass this and see what happens. Even though here they do say that we can redirect them anywhere. Let's see what happens without. Let's see the config top model as well. Yeah, not sure. Maybe this one should have been specified. Let's see, we'll try it a couple of ways. So look in here. Yeah, it still gets us into that invalid flow state. And if I comment this, I'll need to restart it. Let's see. If this persists as a problem with local development, I'll spin up a real Supabase database, and then I'll set up the Google API credentials to allow redirecting to that database. That should make things just work. This is one of the reasons we're having the magic link auth is good, because you can always use it for local development the way the Supabase ecosystem is set up with capturing the emails for you. But it's definitely tricky enough to warrant its own episode. All right, try again. All right, so it did redirect us back to here, which I guess is the default, but shouldn't the default be this? Let's try once more. So what did I have here? This thing. actually what I want is this thing. But it's actually called options redirect to. Let's see if that does any better. Nope. Oh, interesting. It's still trying to get us there. So if I do try to redirect here, what's going to happen? Almost. Oh well, get things going, hopefully. Let's create a Supabase project. So here, so suggestion from Christian, use the Supabase Studio URL. I can't imagine that would work because that's the UI for us. It needs to be something that's server only, I imagine. We'll see. I've seen this working before. I'm sure this one will work, but it will mean I will need to do some things off screen. So let's go to my dashboard. Let's create a new project. My organization, small one. Call it culture SOC. So one of the things, like two things where Turso or SQLite in general, like creating an SQLite in Fly or whatever, has an advantage is that it's quite cheap to, or you pay the same no matter if you have 100 SQLite database, 500, like it's according to how much storage you have, not according to how many databases you have. Of course, that's because they do put like the one, like every database, they put it really in one database that you own. But anyway, that's by the by. With SQLite, it's very easy to create a dev database and a staging database and a production database. And also easy to decide that, all right, I want my write database to be there, but my read replica databases are in these 6 places, like deployed on the edge or whatever else. With Supabase, it is a bit trickier or more expensive to be able to do many databases. So I never do, almost never. For myself, I never do a dev Supabase database and a production Supabase database. I just do my local development, the local one, and the production development in the production database, which is a bit scary. But for clients, maybe you can justify having like 2. But with something like Turso, you can have like 100 per client if you really want to. Like per test environment, you can create a different one if you really want to. And deciding where your database here is also a higher cost in performance impact and maybe money as well thing, because it's harder to change and you cannot really create like replicas on the edge just for ease. You'll need to do a lot of work to make that happen. Well, with Turso, it's kind of easier. So something to keep in mind here. But I will take this off screen in any case and open one password because I need to remember this password, create a new one. So I'll create a really long password here. paste it in here in Supabase. What I'm doing here, it's happy with how strong it is. I'm creating the reason London should be closest to my users, but of course I have users and viewers from all around the world, and I'm grateful. I'm gonna press create project here. And now that's been created. Great. That means that I'll also take this away. Since we're here, I'm gonna copy over the environment variables. Including the public Supabase anonymous key. That's fine. That's what the client uses as well. I'm gonna reveal the service key just to paste in, just in case we need it. And the Supabase URL for this has already disappeared. Wasn't fast enough, I guess. It looks like it's this. I think it's a paid feature to have Supabase have a nice endpoint like culturestock.supabase.co, or use your own domain name to that instead of having like a random letters name like Enbeck worship stuff, which is what I got now. Anyway, we have these. And I'm gonna go to the provider section. Maybe I can show this and see what happens. On the Google side, can enable this, and we have the client ID, which can be public, and the client secret, which shouldn't be public. And I don't want to do this. But this URL is the one I should copy here. So maybe I'll make the localhost stuff work one day. But for now, Google is gonna redirect to here, and I expect this to have an extra parameter to redirect back to my app where I tell it. But in any case, it would redirect to the auth callback endpoint. We'll see. We'll see. Right. Or maybe the server endpoint is the thing that is talking to the Supabase server. That's the problem. Anyway, we'll see. Cool. So the next thing I wanted to do is paste in the client ID and the client secret. See how that goes. Let's open my .env file again. Client ID doesn't really matter if anyone sees it. Client secret, you shouldn't see it. If you do, then you'll need to cycle it, create a new one. Cool. So now this one is enabled. Interesting. We have a real database which we want to migrate to. We want to migrate actually. So if I run the Supabase CLI migration tool, can I specify the project URL? I think there is a link command. Let's see. Link. This one we're gonna need soon enough. Oh wow, I'm gonna need the database password as well. So the project ref should be fine. It's this one. Let's do pnpx Supabase link. Is it like project ID? Project ref. This guy. And then it's gonna ask for a password. Whoa. Do I need to do like base login first? There's logout. Try to link again. Wants a database password, which is fair enough. My second display is lagging quite extensively, so this is gonna be tricky. Right, so hopefully it's not visible. It wasn't. It did it. And let's attempt to run migrations. Let's see what happens if I just run this. And then we can squash them. Did it run them? Ah, but it doesn't matter, does it? Because what's gonna happen? This is gonna connect to the global Supabase database here, so I should update my environment variables actually to actually connect to this one. Which I guess I've done. And yeah, so I won't be able to work with this locally anymore. We'll need to get to the bottom of this. They will create a user into this real database. So, not sure. And we do need to specify the direct URL here. So for now, it's going to be localhost. So we will be able to authenticate the users, but it will be talking to the real Supabase database, which is unfortunate. And yeah, no tables created, so this migration did nothing. How do I run the migration to the real database? Apply to the linked project. Linked. Link. He's come to town. He's come to save the Princess Zelda. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so I can only imagine this worked. Here you go, profile stable here. But as a final thing, before I get my editor back, appreciate your understanding. I'm looking at the OBS screen and trying to update things in a very laggy second monitor. Right, so I've updated these. Get us moving. Let's see if we have more luck now. So we're doing the PKC flow eventually. What else were they saying here? We don't want offline access, they just want us to do this. They didn't tell us to add the direct URLs, but I think I just did it by default. So I will revisit these docs later. But these guys do claim that they want us to redirect here. So let's see if that does work now. Whoa. They don't like the key. Interesting. So let's go back. I probably didn't add it, did I? So the delay is real. On my dead.10.local, I've still left the credentials for the local Supabase database, unfortunately. So I need to rename that file. And it's gonna take a while. What if I just plug this off? No way that will go wrong, right? I'll plug it back in. Classic solution. Classic solution always works. All right. So let's see if we're back in business. We're talking to the production Supabase database. Let's see if the login journey works. It doesn't, because haven't reverted this. So that's not what we want. We want the direct to be the server endpoint we've created. Of course, this one. So let's try this card there. Whoa. So it tried to get us to auth callback. Great. So that makes sense. We need to add this to the Google API. So this one here. Oh, but we have added it. It just has like too much state. It's HTTPS. Did I add HTTPS? Did I add the wrong thing? It looks the same to me. Did I not save? I clicked here, so I must have had. And it has this redirect to which will tell it where to redirect afterwards. But I don't think that affects things. Yeah, so the redirect theory is this. So this should be fine. The more I do it, the more it's not working. Let's see, incognito, that sometimes helps. All right, so it asks me to log in first. Would it have complained? Shouldn't it have complained? Hello, Osin in the chat. So we're definitely using not this. This is the wrong user. This is the user we want. And this is the app we want. And we're using these applications credentials. And this redirect URL should be fine. It says 5 minutes, a few hours. Maybe is that like their their gotcha? It can't contain URL fragments, so I do think it's, you know, correct, just correct, but maybe not. Let's have a look at the error again. I think I've pasted it like a couple times. Yeah, so it's definitely the same one. Is it just the case of waiting a while? It kind of validates that this should be where we were directing to before, because that's the local Supabase API, I think. It does say like up to a few hours, which is not great. But yeah, indirect URI mismatch. Anything more recent with that? Maybe not. Should we do tweets and hope for the best? I think so. So no matter if we're doing Google or something else, we should be good to go. So let's try to do tweets. We have created this. I have tweets. Begin with tweets somewhere. Let's see. So the provider is hard-coded for now. Let's get a win, at least a UI win. What we want is to have another button here that says login with tweets. And if the user clicks the other button, this should go through the flow for tweets. So we want this to be dynamic, and the way you can do that with forms and buttons is you can just pass the button a name, for provider in our case, and a value. And in our first button's case, it's going to be Google. On the other one, it's going to be tweets. And therefore, on the backend, if we look at the SvelteKit actions, SvelteKit magically has access to the form. So the handler has the event, which inside it we destructure the form itself, form data. Is that correct? The request. And we can say let's form data, await that, or if we want to inline it, since this form only has one thing we care about, we can await the form data and get the provider. So when you click the Google button, because the name is provider this and the value is Google, this is going to be Google, or else it's going to be Twitch for this one. But it also may be undefined, so we will have better validation with Zod later. But for now, let's just say if this is not a string, let's error out like this, or return a fail. Another convenience method by SvelteKit. At least we'll be able to extend this with SvelteKit Superforms and stuff. That's something. Ooh, so provider is like very specific. So let's see our specific providers. So if it's not one of those, we're gonna have trouble. But if it is, we can pass it in to this method, which does accept Google and Twitch as the two of the available providers. But I should have more things to do in the Twitch developer dashboard to make that happen. So what else do they want me to do? I have created these offline. I have gotten the Twitch keys and stuff. I guess they'll want me to have a direct URL somewhere. Oh, I need to add the credentials in the Supabase app. So they don't have, they do have here. Okay, so I should add this. Cool. And go to Supabase as well to add the secret variables from Twitch. So I'll do that. Let's do it. Now is it happening again? Let's do the unplug, replug trick. Not quite. Not the time for software updates. right, dev.twitch.tv is where I'm going now. Go to the console, finding cursor stock dev, which I have here. I have a direct URL, but I want another one, which is gonna be my Supabase project ID URL, actually, with Auth 3.1 callback in the end. This one. And that seems to have saved. No, it hasn't. They have like a save button, but it doesn't quite work. They have a save button that doesn't quite work. Should I create a new secret? Don't quite get it. Do I only get one? Maybe. Ah, there is a captcha, of course. It's just hidden in a weird place. And then it tells you success, so it's all good. Can we create a new secret? Maybe I need to save again. Maybe not. Let's assume that the secret exists, even though you cannot mess them up. Yeah, you can never see the secrets again, which is good, but you cannot expire them, which is bad, to be honest. Anyway, if I go to my Supabase thingy, which we can do here, and go to this app we're making now, and go to authentication, to providers, to Twitch, I can enable it, and I can go here to paste the keys and secrets. I have the callback URL here to copy and paste easily. Sure. The Twitch page is so bad, it has an input field for the provider ID that you cannot edit, so why does it look like an input field? It doesn't really matter, but not ideal. Alright, so now the live production Supabase should be able to handle the Twitch flow. Let's see. Will we get a win here? Stay tuned to find out. Or is this 100th stream gonna be a bust? Let's do the big screen for this one. It looks like it almost works, so maybe. Oh, Twitch. Direct to this, a website. It worked. But we don't find this as the latest user, so that's unexpected. Why did that not happen? Unclear. Did we create a user? So we got a user here, and we got him here too. Great. Do they not have a name? I guess no. I guess that's the problem. So table editor, we have the profiles table, we have the one row, but they don't have a name. Was it like a first name? We did get an avatar URL, which is Google user content. Interesting. Maybe because on Twitch I log in with Google. It's like Google all the way down. We indirectly got the Google integration. But we can look at the authentication table. Maybe this is sensible to do off screen because I want to see the metadata that we get. I don't think there's anything like super naughty here, but you never know. So I'm gonna have a look at the database table editor, the auth schema, so I can look at the users table and see there is gonna be like an auth user metadata table here, URL user metadata, which has some values, including name. So they do have a name here in URL user metadata. They have a name, they have a picture, and they have an avatar URL. Which is different. It's not a Google URL. So how did that get in there? Interesting. Ah, and it does say I tried to sign in with Google as well. So it has linked my Twitch account. So maybe Twitch didn't have this. Maybe Twitch had a username. Not sure. So the problem here is that I don't have a name. Should I have looked for first name? The answer is maybe. So to prove that it worked, so now if I refresh, I am actually logged in. I can see the dashboard here, which I haven't defined as a route. But I cannot see login anymore, because we are already checking in the header whether there is a session here. But that's not what I want. We're gonna create like a me route here later. But here for the users, I guess on the main page, let's put this in a div and take the avatar URL as well. Which I need to go to the server and say select the avatar URL too. And now it knows that this may be defined instead of never defined. Imagine. So let's try to use this. We have this here. Let's say image source, this guy. Not bad. We can use an avatar component later, but just to have something, just to prove that. Hello, watching again. Looking forward to the next 100 live coding in Svelte for 100 years, for 1,000 live streams. We'll make it. Don't know for 100 years, but 1,000 live streams. I think that's an achievable goal. And I appreciate your comment. Right, so we have this guy. We won't actually use it like this, just to prove that we went through the login flow. So let's reset. We've actually made this, and let's make a me page where we can see the user's name as well. Maybe before we move on to this one, in the migration that we have, the thing I was thinking about, its first name, it should be name. I was right. Maybe, not sure. But now I'll need to reset the production database as well. Too late. We'll do it. And yeah, not exactly sure why the Google flow failed. We'll see. We'll find out. So this seemed to exist and this seemed to be correct. We'll see. Let's create a me route where you can see your own information here. We haven't created this route before. Wow, 3 hours in. I need a second wind for sure. All right, 3 hours in, we need a second wind. We got like a win with logging in with Twitch. That worked. So now let's prove that we do have some information for this user. And the information that we want will display in a me page, like a profile page. You can name it anything, but it doesn't exist for now. To create any route in SvelteKit, we reflect its path in the source routes directory. We can take inspiration from the about page and just create like the me page here and just explain that this can have this title me. And we can say your profile. And now if we actually try to go to the me page, it will not error out because it will show this. But here should be your name. Should it say like my profile, like your profile? Should it say like your name, which we don't have yet? Maybe. It could have your activity feed. So maybe what we want is we've claimed before that we magically make the user available in the data here. So maybe if there is a data user name, then we want to display it, or else we want to say my profile. And now we don't have this. But that's possibly null. All right, so now it's fine. And this doesn't know that the user has a name. Interesting, because it's not a public profile. Fair enough. So yeah, actually we want to magically do this here. We will load the user data here. So let's say that we want to get the Supabase from the locals. And we want to create a profile table. So we want to say Supabase from profiles, select star, why not? Where is that a thing? Do they do equals? What do they do? Equals ID is the user ID from the locals. But session it's data, isn't it? So save getSession, I guess. Or how do they get the user in that other method? We're doing the same call here. So this is what we want. And again, this is going to have more information than this call. We care about the public data. So we can say equals, not in this page, sorry, in the me page. Get this out, get the user ID here. And we can say if no user, then redirect to login. And it's 303 the COder. Is that the correct one? Yeah, 307 may be temporary redirect because you need to be logged in. Not really. So yeah, they don't like this one. Let's just do temporary redirect because you're not logged in. Right, so here we can say that this is going to be a single object. So just get the one row automatically, alias the profile, and return it. Maybe the title of this page can be profile name or your profile. Cool. And not the about page, on the me page, the UI. Now much data, we should have the profile in any case, because you shouldn't be able to get there. But we can check whether you have a name, or else we say my profile, and just to prove that this kind of works. Let's use, let's say if data profile avatar URL, so your avatar. let's put it in here just to show something. And yeah, let's not put anything else here. Just debating the design. Should they have a me page? Should they have something else? Not sure. Should it be a different form? Should this be? I imagine this is your handle or your username and your avatar, and also like your latest activities, because that's where you'd go to keep track of your activities. That's what I imagine in the future. But it looks a bit silly now where you don't have any activities. Seems like a long way to go until then. But hey, let's get in a shadcn avatar. Actually, maybe that will make us feel better. This guy. Do I have the avatar already? I think I do. Yeah, I did bring him in. So here, again, we can see that the index is kind of useful because the avatar is actually 3 components. The avatar container, then the image you want the avatar to be, then a fallback if they don't have an image. So let's see how this is going to work. Actually, it's going to be kind of interesting. So here, we don't want the ternary anymore. And we do want to import star everything. Here, don't need this. And here we can just try to put in this as the source. And the fallback can be again, data profile. Like the first 2 letters. Or question mark. And now we have an avatar, so it's fine. But if this was like null, then you fall back to this, which you also see while the image is loading. If it's not cast, you can see it flashing here. So kind of nice. Kind of neat. The image component which we have created from this image primitive, I don't think it's using the picture component or anything like that, but there is an easy way to find out. Yeah, it's literally just an image. So it's good if you're working with a third-party image service that like image proxy, actually, that Supabase also uses behind the scenes, which sees this request if it's hosted on the thing you've set up, and understands that, oh, this user is requesting this image and they are on a device that needs Retina and can render a VIF, then it's going to return a VIF back or WebP or something like that. That's quite interesting. But if not, that's not the solution you have. If you have a solution like the custom S3 one that we had, where you specify a picture element and inside multiple sources according to what you've got or not, then you'll need to change what your image component looks like, or create your own avatar.picture, I guess. But yeah, that's it for the me page. I think we need to implement Logout. Should have linked to something. But we've done it before. we've created this one. This one, login by Google. We'll test again if it actually works after we make the logout work. So let's say in this page, maybe this is like the settings page. Or maybe I have like a power off button. Maybe that's what we want. Let's do it in this page first, and we'll change it. So it's gonna be a mutation logging you out. So similarly, let's say in this page for now, we want a button. Which will import like this, which says logout, and we can have a variant of destructive or something. We'll change it later, so it doesn't really matter. And yeah, let's have this be in its own section for now. And what we want to happen, we want to mutate the state, so it is going to be part of a form. And now, because we're going to stay within the app, we can also use the enhance action, different type of action that the SvelteKit provides, which will enable client-side navigation. So we'll delete your cookies, but still with a client-side router, you're going to be redirected like this, wherever we're going to say. So it is a mutating operation, so this needs to be a post, and the name of the action is going to be, let's say, logout. So you click this button, then SvelteKit is gonna look for the logout handler in this page, which doesn't exist. So let's make it happen. We need an actions object. And we've done this in the previous stream, but I'm gonna do something different in a moment, just to show something new as well, another option we have. So we're creating the logouts, and we'll need the Supabase thingy. And let's look at the docs as well to see how they suggest to redirect. I think they call it sign out. Logout, sign. Maybe not. Nope. They have a SvelteKit guide here. Wow. They do want us to listen to events here, so that's kind of new. So this is the different SvelteKit guide that maybe Giuseppe in the chat was trying to link me to. We've done most of the things here, and we haven't done the Typescript definitions actually, so we'll need to do that. Not the automatic ones, so let me add this. Maybe here, Auto-generate. Database TypeScript definitions. Let's do that. Anything else they have here? They are saying that we should be listening to auth events here. Which we haven't done, interestingly enough. And this is the one that Giuseppe was saying, that they are doing something with layouts to protect routes, but we'll do something different because I think this is wrong. Let's see. Right, so all of this doesn't say anything about logout. Oh dear. I will have to just guess the method. It's just gonna be all we need is like to call something like this, right? And then redirect the user to like, the home page. That's all we want. And that should log us out. Plonk. So indeed we're logged out. We can go in, we can log in with Twitch again. Automatically direct. Twitch is horrible, so it does that flash of white because they don't have dark mode. They have like, we're gonna redirect you, watch out. Do you need this? Probably not. But the big question is, can we log in with Google now? Yes, so the 5 minutes thing was correct. The problem was that we didn't wait 5 minutes. Don't understand. Anyway, at some point we will validate again whether we can use the local database to log in with this. But it feels like what's the default auth redirect URL? I'm not sure. So I think we can have another one for Twitch, and then this one changes Twitch and Twitch. And there is no other place for redirect URL. Oh, maybe this one. We need it. Probably not. So we want this to be the site URL. And this to be the callback one. Maybe that was the problem I had before, though I don't think so. And let's say for the Twitch one, until proven otherwise, that this can be false, I guess. So yeah, this is one of those where I'll have to check offline if it works, and then that's up to you in the next session whether it really works or not. I think it may work. Cool. So close this door. Back. The logout, sign out, whatever, is just done. This kills the cookies that we have, and it all just works. But what if I didn't want to go like to this page to log out, and maybe this was actually my avatar? Huh. And then we had like a power button. Yeah, let's do this thing. So let's go to JOHNNIFY. Let's search for power. This one, logout. Yeah, power. And use maybe, yeah, maybe this one. Go to SVG OMG. We'll paste something here later. Use any one of the icons I already have. Copy it, paste it, power. And paste in here this. get this back, paste it in here. We only care about the view box really. Everything else stays the same, and the path, whatever is inside here, of course. And now, this means in the header, I can use this if there is a session. So if I am logged in, and I can specify an href that renders the power component, bring that in, give it a class of like, guess this, or how big it's gonna be, this big. Does it look a bit misaligned? Maybe. Does seem things. But what we want to happen here is to log out. So I want to call this like next destructive. Oof, maybe if it looked better. Do I have any other color that's kind of like destructive foreground? Maybe that's better. Maybe that's not a real thing. Oh. What else do we have here? It feels like this should be available, but I guess it's not. Did I spell it correctly? It's sometimes a problem. I think it's just white. It's correct. It's just like super white. So destructive it is, or you can have like use directly like red. But then you don't have consistency, sadly. How does it look on white mode? Decent. So maybe what I actually want, since I'm here, this one, instead of being 50.59, it's actually a bit brighter. The dark one is the one I had offense with. So yeah, let's just make it like this. So this is brighter. It's all good. It's all looking nice. So what do I want to happen here? I want the logout operation to happen, believe it or not. And how does that work? Well, it works by submitting a form. So instead of having this be inside an href, actually, we have to put it in a form. A form just like the one we created here. Only because you can hit it from any page, it shouldn't hit the logout of any page. It should hit the logout of the me route. So if you name your action like this, it's gonna look at the path that you specify here, so the me route in this case, and in the /me base of server.ts, look at the named action that you have. If my calculations are correct, which of course they always are. The thing is, can I actually click that button? If I put it inside the button, then I have more of a chance to click it. And yeah, let's bring that in. there, actually from lib icons or lib components for consistency, and this one from lib icons, lib components icons. Fair enough, but we don't want it to be like this, not quite like this. We want it to be an icon button. Thanks for the congrats as well, Christian. I appreciate you. I appreciate anyone, especially those who keep me company in the chat, of course, like you have for many streams. So the size icon is the key trick of this. And if you want an outline, you can have it. That looks kind of nice, actually. But we can have it be a ghost button as well with no outline, and it looks like this. Kind of like it. I kind of like it, to be honest. And we should do the same thing with our theme toggle icon, since we're here. Whoa. Whoa. But we don't need to specify this, right? Yeah. Although it looks like it's a bit bigger visually than the other component we have. Maybe this one is better. Yeah, not bad. But it's just a click. I'm not actually clicking it here. It's kind of cute. I want a different animation for this, so forget about it. Forget this ever happened. Many things. Forget we're doing this. Don't get too attached to UI stuff. That's what I keep telling myself. These should have like outlines. I like the ghost button idea. Should I just do it even after saying I shouldn't do too much with design? Just can't help myself. But it's not class, it's variant. Yeah, the gaps now are huge. That gap. But they have no gap. Inevitable design hour. Looks decent, to be honest. But yeah, now this one we need to fix in a different way. But not now. I need to do the same thing with this. Alright, I'm getting somewhere. And also notice, if we go to terms of service, a nice sticky glass header effect we've got going on here, up in the top left. Kinda like this one. On light mode as well. I like everything in dark mode better. I don't know, let me know what you think about light versus dark mode. Anyway, why am I doing all of this? I'm doing all of this to show that we have this form that we want to hit the logout method of the me page specifically. So let's see if it actually logs me out. The answer is yes, and it gets me to the main page. Great. And I can log in with Twitch or Google. Oh, the whiteness. And then I see this version of the header, which has the me route as well as the about route. Great. Awesome. But why is this logout button like in the me page? We don't actually want it there. This was just an example that I didn't like. So let's get rid of all of that. But now it doesn't make sense to have the logout action be in the me route. Where would it make sense to have a logout action? I would say in your route of the app, because you want it to work from any page that you've got. No matter where you are in the app, you want logout to be possible. So it is on our root page.server.ts, source routes plus page.server.ts, no more nesting, that we want to export an actions object with a named action, which is going to be doing the exact same thing it was doing in that other page. And in order for our header to hit it, it just needs to say, all right, on the root, on the home page, on the slash route, find the logout handler. So this should work exactly the same. And we press this, and indeed we are successfully logged out, and we can go through the login flow again. So if you notice, they do tell me here too, like where I'm going to be redirected to, and which is quite ugly. Like one of the ways maybe that Supabase makes money when you have like a custom domain or you CNAME into what this app is. I think most users are kind of most users won't notice this, but it's kind of bold. It's a link. It's like, what is this? I wasn't there. But if you had the proper consent screen, then it would also show the name of your app, the app icon of your app. So maybe it would look more trustworthy than this. And also there are other ways to integrate like one-tap sign-in with Google, which we may cover in the future. Now we're doing the fundamentals. Check out your dashboard, it says here. It's not the real thing. We don't want this. Just want to say if you're not logged in, then say login or sign up for free, or else just show the latest users here with their name. All right, I'm getting somewhere. So logout done. Route protection. Here we go. We don't want non-logged in users to be able to go to the me route. I don't understand why Google Chrome is making it so hard to go to URLs. Clearly, I don't want to check, like to search for localhost or something. But maybe some PM was like, I've got the great idea to increase searches, Google searches. Like we'll zip Chrome with it assuming that you're trying to search for something if you don't have HTTP, if you don't have the protocol anymore. Wow, how did that fly? I don't know. Hope it gets reverted. Anyway, when you are logged in correctly, you can see the me page, but you can also see the login page, which maybe we don't want. Maybe we want you to like sign off, log out first, and then you can see the logout page. But most importantly, we'll have other routes later, like create an activity, link an activity, create a game, all of those things, which should only happen when you're logged in. So how do we do route protection? I have shown this before and I had some thoughts, but apparently the Supabase SvelteKit tutorial somewhere, which doesn't exist anymore. Where do they link it? They had like a SvelteKit quick start here, where they're like, oh no, Johnny found this guide that's not up to date. We're gonna release the new version now, but we need to put it down. So here you go. They have this symbol which doesn't have protected routes. So it must have been somewhere in like the auth part. SvelteKit guide with server-side auth. So we've done all of these things. We've installed the clients, passed the Supabase URLs. We've done all of these things. We don't have the auth guard sequence, so that's the thing that I want to show now. I think that's the cool thing that Giuseppe was saying in the chat as well. And it's why I'm thinking, why put the safe getSession in the locals? I guess it's because you want the auth guard to run it. Fair enough. But this one gets the fresh session and user in any case. But that answers my own question. All right. So in the previous episode, we have done a very similar thing. In this episode, we said that SvelteKit will run any request through the handle you export in your hooks.server.ts, but sometimes the handle get too big and it can have many concerns. Like you can have the auth handler, and then you can have your dependency injection handler, and then you can have your route protection handler. And instead of having like comments in one huge file, you can actually have bespoke methods that you can sequence using the sequence helper. So SvelteKit exports a sequence helper that allows you to string a few handles together. So if I do this, the effect is going to be the same. It's going to run this one huge method by itself. But then there is no real benefit. The benefit is that I can actually extract this method into its own file, or just its own method. So this one, I can say what they call in the docs. They call this Supabase, which doesn't make sense. It's just the way to confuse things. Like the Supabase handle, which puts the Supabase object, blah blah blah. So let's call this auth handle, I'd say, which puts Supabase in the locals. Maybe Supabase handle is fine. And then pass it here. So it's gonna run it all the same, and we can export this into its own file if we want and import it later. And maybe we'll do that. Not sure. For now we won't. But what we really want to do is have a second handle, which is going to be our protected route. Protected routes handler. Which we're going to sequence afterwards. And this seems to be what the docs read at our own parallels on this saying. It's calling auth guard, which is fair enough. So it runs the safe getSession that it knows that the previous one, that the previous handler has added. So it needs to be sequenced after. So I put those two in the same file if I were to extract them in the same file in different in a different file, because this one needs to know of the other. So they're not separate really. So it calls this to hit the Supabase API to actually get the user and ensure that the session hasn't been tampered with, I suppose is the idea. Puts the session and the user in the locals again, even though this is what we were doing all along here. I don't know. It doesn't actually put it in the locals, I see. Sure, fair enough. Essentially, this one checks whether the path name starts with private, or it starts with auth, or whatever, and redirects to the other place. Hello Giuseppe, I was just talking about this place, which I think you were trying to point me to in the server-side SvelteKit tutorial guide, and we've made it to the auth card here. But the login flow is working, and even with Google. So I think the problem is that I needed to wait 5-10 minutes or however long to actually have the new auth callback endpoints work, and it works with Twitch, works with Google, we have Logout, we have everything. And now we want to do the route protection. So I'm not gonna call it auth card, I'm gonna call it protected route handler, I guess. And we can copy the same thing here. We've done a very similar trick last time. Let's have a look actually. So let's look at our hooks file, see what I called it. Protected routes handler, and then I have an isProtectedRoute method, and if it's not, then I direct to this one to log in. So I guess that's what I'm gonna do here, instead of copying what they're doing, which is very similar. So we have this method isProtectedRoute and our protected routes handler, which will run after our Supabase handler is going to check whether the path name that we're on is one of our protected routes, and if so, then it's going to check if we have a session. But to check if we have a session, then we are going to use this part from the Supabase thing. I guess this is the auth card plus session handler. So maybe that's what I want to call it after all. So yeah, I am gonna call this session handle. Because it's doing this, right? The session stuff. Or should I have two? Should I have a million methods to sequence all of them? Maybe. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds fun. Or like the Supabase handler, like instead of doing the save getSession, since we know we're gonna call it immediately, why not just call this? Why not just do this? Yeah, I think this is the answer actually. So instead of sometimes calling this, which actually the latest docs are saying just call it immediately in the next handle, instead of doing this trick, I think I'm immediately gonna call getSession and get the session from there. If there is no session, instead of doing this, I'm gonna do event locals session equals null and user is null. So wherever it says return, I'll actually put the respective objects in the locals. But that means I'll need to update my up-to-date.ts to say that in the locals, instead of the save getSession, I just put the session and the user in there, and that's it. I think that's simpler in the end. So if there is no session, immediately we do this. Like we just do this and move on with our lives. Else, we'll need to do another tag. We need to actually hit the Supabase API to see, is this valid or is it not? If there is an error, then we do the same thing again. Null for everything. Else, do this. So I do think that people may say, haters will say that you're nesting too many if else's and stuff like that. But I think this is more straightforward. I think the way with the save getSession just obfuscates that you're doing a lot of nesting, really, with those returns. Like it's the same level of nesting if you weren't doing those returns. And this is probably easier to understand. Maybe I would put this into its own handle, but that's by the by. I need this redirect here. And the question is, do we ever call save getSession? And the answer is yes, but this doesn't exist anymore. Just have the user and session in the locals anyway, which we can just return. Also simpler. All right. So we'll be back after I check what has happened to my dog yet again, who escaped like an hour ago. It has been suspiciously quiet. And we'll be back for the route protection and auto-generate Typescript definitions, and finally do some forms to update our name if we didn't get it correctly through the social login. If we want to update our name, shouldn't be that tricky. We'll be right back. We're back. All right, so to finish the route protections and login problems, here at almost 4 hours in, in our hooks file, instead of checking every route whether the person, the user, is logged in or not, we have introduced a new handle here, the protected routes handle, I call it. And on this one, if we're on a protected route and there is no user in the locals, which we know from the logic here, only happens if the user is not logged in, then we direct them to the login page, or else we just put them there. We just keep resolving the request and move on to the next handle, which we don't have in this case, but if we had, it would keep sequencing stuff on them. And how do we define whether something is a protected route or not? So we could have like a, very often you'd put everything under like auth or dashboard or something like that. It's a common situation. But in our case, the only one that we have now, I guess we may have a me and a me/edit to edit your profile. So maybe that's the one that we want to protect. If the route starts with me, then you shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't go there. So now we are logged in. This just works. But if we are logged out and we have bookmarked this, or we try to be naughty, then we are directed to login. Works just fine. Now, conversely, sometimes people like not showing the login page because maybe users have bookmarked this and they just want to get them to like the dashboard or the profile or somewhere. And in that case, you can have this logic here in your protected routes handler. But personally, since it's like specific to the login page, it's like the spec the login page, I don't want to see it if the user is logged in or not. It's here that I would take out like the session or the user or whatever. What are they using here? The example we've kind of followed. They're checking whether they have a session. We're checking if we have a user. Kinda similar. Maybe that's fine. I think it's just more obvious if we say user here. So if there is a user, redirect to the home page, let's say. So now if I'm already logged in because I've bookmarked this, then I just go to the home page. You could redirect them to your profile, whatever your app has. And that is nice. I'll say again that there has been, I have shown like a year ago doing this check in a layout, but you shouldn't do this because layout load methods run in parallel with page methods. So in theory, the user could see something loaded from the page they shouldn't have had before the layout check resolves and gets redirected. But you could also have this sort of logic individual on every page. Nobody wants to do that. Therefore, for the protected routes, we have this handler in the hooks. Again, the handles run before every request, before we get to the layouts, before we get to the individual page loads. So they will happen before. If a user shouldn't see that page, they shouldn't see it because of this. The only problem with this, I guess, is that there is always a backend to backend request to your Supabase server, which may be like now this one we've selected London. So if you're watching from India, if you're watching from the US, if you're watching from somewhere else, there is a backend to backend request from the edge, because I deployed the Vercel edge from where you are, close to you, all the way to London. So the app is going to be a bit slower. This is one of the reasons why a lot of apps just don't bother for their marketing page, do an auth check, and then they tell you they have a button to sign in, regardless of whether you're signed in or not, because they want their marketing page to be fast and not bother about auth logic. And another way would be to stream whether the user is logged in or not eventually in the page. But yeah, for now, for this app, I'll just make the check every time and take the latency cost. We'll see if we can improve it in the future, if we need to improve it. All right, so let's generate some TypeScript definitions, which I didn't link. I got them, and I don't think they have them here. They're saying here to go to up2d.ts and define these things. We've done a bit better, but they're not saying how we can auto-generate TypeScript definitions. Supabase TypeScript definitions. They have a tool with their CLI that is going to read your database schema and create TypeScript definitions for you, which is what we're going to do now. And we can also hit the local database, I guess. Great. This one, we can go to package.json and create like a generate command, because maybe we'll have other generate commands later. So it's in TypeScript, and then put them in source generated Supabase TS. Sounds correct to me. And we can also run prettier. And npm format that file or the generated directory in general. A question from Christian: what are we doing with generating the types? Let's see. Let's run the generate command, see if it works. Not really. We need to create a directory. So let's make dir source generated, and then our command will work. Great. Even formats it. Did it format it? Really? Not really. Did I need to pass this as a flag? What does format do? That's pretty right. Okay. So let's say prettier this, not the format command. Prettier right format. Let's see if that works in better. Cool. All right, so we've created this file and we formatted this file. What does this do? It creates the TypeScript types according to our database schema, which means that if we look at our for example, load method here, we get the profile row of the single user, which is not typed at all, because this is a generic Supabase client and it has no idea what our database schema is. But if we go to our app.ts and when we create the Supabase client, instead of saying this is the generic Supabase client, this is actually the Supabase client that is specific to our database, which we've got the auto-generated TypeScript type from just now. Then any Supabase operation we do, like this one, is gonna have information on what our database schema is and know what row to return. So this is super useful. Suddenly, this knows that when we select from the profiles table star, then we get back an avatar URL, a created at, an ID, and a name. And it even knows that the ID is always there. It knows that this may be null. It knows that this may be null. It knows that this may be null. This is awesome. TypeScript for the win here. Drizzle, because you define the schema in files, it does this for you essentially. It magically knows what you get as data back when you decrease. But for Supabase, you need this extra step. You need to generate the TypeScript definitions with the command we saw, and then pass it in to your Supabase client. So let me double check. I don't think we have Supabase client anywhere else, and the answer is no. Yes, say import typed here too, even though it's a types file, so it couldn't be anything else. So great question, Kristen. Hopefully this convinces you that it's cool. Question, what happens if you change or add a column on a table on Supabase, not in a migration? So I'm not sure if I understand your question, but every time we run this command, the migrate command, the generate command, right? So every time we run the generate command, which runs the Supabase gen types TypeScript command, it hits our local database. So no matter if we've made changes to that database with migrations or using the UI, it's just going to look at the database schema of that databases we're pointing to. And in the CLI, there is a way to make this point to your production database if you really want that. I have seen it in a few places, maybe I've set it up myself, where you have a GitHub action that runs this command, and if it generates a different file than the one you have committed in version control, then it fails the pipeline and tells you this is an unexpected schema change. Anyway, I think the answer to your question is just modifying your database either through the studio, either through the Supabase UI, or with migrations. Doesn't do anything, but if you have, and you run this command, now that we've associated the generated Supabase TS file with the client, it will know that this column doesn't exist anymore, or this table you've dropped, or whatever you've done, or this table now has a new column that you can access. If I understand your question correctly. And the other thing I cared about here, it is clever enough to know what you pass in the select here. So if you only select 2 columns, it won't tell you this is a huge object. Like you get like everything you have in that table. You only select the things that you put in the select here. This is a big nuisance when you have to write the TypeScript types yourself. But with SvelteKit having the auto-generated types, passing them in, and then SvelteKit knowing what you return here and providing these clients essentially to the client side here, then oh, here it's like, maybe this is null. So that's surprising, because I guess it's because we're not doing the error check. I think this error, right? So if error, we can say so hopefully the moment we do that, an error will be thrown. And we can use SvelteKit's helper method here. Let's say it's 4.3. And now it will know that this is never null. Because the TypeScript types are saying that if error is undefined, then this is always something. So if this is undefined, this can only have a result. This will error out because we've done single if it cannot find a profile. But now the frontend knows that this will always be defined. So again, without me needing to type anything, any TypeScript type, now SvelteKit magically communicates to the UI that because I've done this check of if there is an error, then do something, it knows that this profile will always be defined and therefore can guide me in the UI accordingly. And if I want to render like something more, data profile, bio, then it will know that bio doesn't exist. Even if I add it in the database column and run the migration, it will know that this will never exist in the UI because I'll need to go here and also add the bio column here. And what would be cool, and what SvelteKit does do, what Drizzle does do, it doesn't allow you to select things that don't exist, which this one, it does allow you to run. Oh well. Still quite magic. And as we said, this is always defined now, we don't need to do the check. But the name may not be there. Cool. So we have the me page. Great. What do we want to do next? Oh, we did the Autogenerate database TypeScript definitions. Again, is it part of the examples? Here, I just want to double check. Action. Yeah, so they have a way here, even the examples here, is to run and update your types as a GitHub action. You need to specify this. You need to specify the production project reference. This can be public, doesn't need to be a secret. And these are using like way old versions of the checkout action and stuff like that. But you can get around these problems. You can update these to the correct ones. And then I won't do this as an automatic commit. I imagine that the developer responsible for creating new columns would have the migration and the type generation here. So I don't like this action, but you can use it as inspiration of having an action that actually checks whether there seems to have been database updates and you forgot to commit the TypeScript generated types, the auto-generated types. We may get deeper into this in the future. My reasoning is, again, if a developer needs to update a column or add a new table, they've created a migration, they've committed it, they should run the generate command they've run manually and commit that file. Sometimes you forget to run the command, sometimes you forget to commit, so it does make sense to have a GitHub action that checks whether the generated file is different to the one you have in version control. But I think it's a bit weird to have it also committed for you. This may make more sense if you are heavily using the UI, if you are that sort of project, where you just go to the dashboard and you add columns and without migrations, without anything, because you only live once. So in that case, having this thing auto run the TypeScript like singing thingy, maybe that makes sense. But yeah, for like production in the big companies, I wouldn't suggest this. Check types would be a cool action. Update types automatically, not thrilled. Cool. So some things here. And the idea, I will add the timestamp now, but the idea is, I was thinking, should I have a separate route for this? The answer for now will be no. I was thinking that maybe we need to go to like an edit route, like this, me edit, and then you can edit everything, because on the actual me route, you are supposed to see your profile as other people would see it. Yeah, maybe we will do it like that. All right, just a breezy 4 hours in. But we have done begin with bits, and we have talked RLS and database transactions, but we'll talk about it later. So it is the 100 special super marathon stream, so we'll manage to get through. All right, so my profile, I don't have a name, I just have an avatar that we've gotten from Google or Twitch or however we logged in. We want more things. Maybe we want a bio. I don't know what we have. The idea is to have this page reflect how real users would see this. So I don't know if I'd update this. Like, I guess I'd have my profile, the avatar, the name, and then have the activity feed when we add activities eventually. But I want a way to update my avatar and my visible name, which I think I want to do in a separate route, just to keep this me route more similar to how others would see my page. So that's what I'm going to do. And I guess once again, we need a button, a link that looks like a button. So maybe here. What needed your profile button, which we can let's go through the SvelteKit possibilities. Not bad. Maybe outline is best. Secondary, what's the secondary color? Even it's like this gray. Sure. Outline. Let's have, so we have an edit your profile, which goes to an error page. Not found. How do we make this happen? Since we said we want the edit, do we want to be update? Edit. Even though it's the update, the U in create, read, update, delete, CRUD operations. And can we nest this in here? And have the edit page here. Call it update your profile. Always call it update your profile. And here, let's say, build your profile. No buttons like that. Maybe also the avatar. Oh no, I deleted the wrong one. Happens. Me edit page Svelte. This one. Cool. So how do we do it with shadcn? They have a form component which we've brought in, semantically correct, as they say. And they have quite a few steps. We have already done this on the previous episode. This is a way to bring in any of the shadcn components. Pro tip from the chat, which also again, which I didn't have before. If you just run add without specifying a component, then you get a little UI that allows you to select as many components as you want to add, which is quite neat, really. But we've done this on the previous stream, and we've transitioned some Svelte components, Svelte 4 components into Svelte 5 components with runes, but there are some that are just too much of a pain to adapt, especially since they depend on other libraries that are using Svelte 4 and not runes. And that's important to note, both that sensibly a lot of libraries will only be updated and migrated to Svelte 5 when Svelte 5 reaches official release. But if you're eager, like I am, you can mix and match Svelte 5 and runes with Svelte 4 and not runes. The magic dollar and the props and all those things, exportlets, you can still mix and match and work the same. The big thing to remember is that in your Svelte config, if that's the case, if you are bringing in libraries that are still on Svelte 4, then you cannot use runes too. You're mixing runes and not runes. I imagine when everything is on runes, thanks to the other genius contributor from the Inferno framework that has been recently brought in, if we do migrate to only runes, then everything will compile and most importantly execute faster in the compiled bundle, transpiled bundle. But that's by the by, doesn't really matter. Something to consider though. If you're eager to just do runes, then you'd need to be patient for a while, or go directly to writing your own UI, or using or using this UI, which we've used before. But people wanted us to use shadcn for this one, and it is working out nicely. Cool. So first step we did. We've also introduced Zod as our form validation schema. We've covered this a few times in the past, and they're saying, because we're going to use this schema both server side and client side, both for the UI and the server, they suggest to put it in a different file. So we will be sensibly collocating this wherever our edit form is. So here, let's have a, I missed terribly, schema, but yes, paste in everything. And let's say that, yeah, let's say your name should be more sensible. Or not sensible, you can have as long as name as you want, but at some point, for the other user's sake, it should fit on the screen. So let's make it this big, and at least 2 characters, and required, I suppose. And we also have an avatar URL, which should be a URL. That's neat. Neat autocomplete. That is nullable. maybe we don't provide it. And that's the first step done. Next step would be return the form. So that's a variation of what SvelteKit is doing and what we've been doing when we weren't using Superforms and other libraries. Now, the way Superform works, it needs to get the form data in some way, and it needs to run this supervalidate method that it exports. It's behind the scenes magic. In the end, I'm still getting used to it. I do find it results in less code, so long as you want to do things like loading UI, processing UI, that sort of thing. If you don't care about those things and you just fire forget, it either works, it doesn't, then I'd say it's less code to do it yourself, and then you don't need to bring in 3 other libraries and get familiar with these things. But Superforms is very popular, and the moment you need to do especially the loading logic, then it does save you time. The loading logic, like doing that thing we were doing with form state, is idle or processing or whatever. It is easier to do with Superforms, also taking into consideration good UX, which we'll talk about in just a moment. So you decide whether it's worth it for you. For example, for the logout button, I haven't used the Superforms because it's just a click of button. I'm not going to show a loading spinner as your attempted to log out, so you don't need to bring it in there. And also, mix and matching can be underrated as well. There is something to be told about standards and consistency for sure. But it's a balance. Right, where are we at? Here. So it doesn't matter what we name it or where we return it, what they say here. But we just need to return it somewhere. And we cannot stream it. We have to super validate it immediately, as far as I understand. All right. So now we need to create the form component, which we don't really need. This is also, I'm not sure if this is Svelte 5. This is something that's kind of tripped me up. Like a locally scoped thing. Anyway. And then this becomes magically available to be spread into other inputs. I'm not sure if this is Svelte 5 or not. I think it is one of the things that didn't change, but I'm not sure. Anyway. What they're claiming here is that instead of putting these things randomly here, we can create a form. Let's call it profile form.svelte. And studly case it just to know that it's something we've written and not shadcn. And we can copy everything and see what we end up with. We do have the form components, we have the input components. We have the schema in this directory too. We have SvelteKit Superforms. Don't forget to npm add this. We didn't show this. npm add d. So dev dependency, bring this in if you don't have it. And this component expects data. This is Svelte 4. What you do now with runes is you do something. Props is data, which is this, and then you destructure data, type it as props. This is also recent from the previous live stream. Even you may remember we were doing this, but that's not a thing anymore. Svelte 5 still in pre-release, so things will change. Doesn't mean much, really. But again, the cool thing, we have the one schema, and Typescript knows that this has a name always, and now at the URL sometimes. All right. The one thing that Superforms does return for us is an enhance method used in the form. So not the enhance action that SvelteKit themselves provide. They're wrapping it up to provide a few more things. And that's the one we should use. So don't bring it in from SvelteKit, which we've done in the past. One of the cool things with the form fields is that they do know that our form doesn't have a username. We call this name, for example. This doesn't exist. It's name. And we can see here we can render the profile form. And in our page, and pass in the data, the form data from the parent. So this may be a bit confusing. No matter what you call the form data here, we call it form in this case, and no matter what you called this prop, you could call this just, you know, form, but then there are too many forms in this thing, so I'm not sure what you'd want to call this. This component does have the form itself, the form data. It's hard to name these things. That's the one thing that I will say. Anyway, no matter what you've named this, you need to pass it in as data to this component we've just created. And by need, I mean you need to pass it in as however you named this thing. You may have named it something different. We named it data, so we pass it in like that. Cool. So we have this. We have the connection. I click on the username, click on the label, and I get in here. And we call this your public display name. Amazing. And what we've said before is, how do I pre-fill this with the data that I have in the database? Now I have none, but what I could do, where I call supervalidate, you can actually initialize this. We can actually have the first parameter be what your existing object is. So if I had this be name Johnny, then this should be prefilled by whatever I pass here, and I can still change it as needed. So what I actually want to pass here is the profile. This may have a name and an avatar URL. But I guess we've made the name nullable is the problem. And there is an option to say if initially it's null, then it's fine. But I think just for the schema, we'll just say that this is nullable too. Because maybe people don't want their names displayed, right? So we got to respect that. For this app, for your whatever you want to do, it's your prerogative, for sure. Right, so what else do they have us do before we move along to styling? I think that's it. I think we just need to work with our form, and that's about it. Then we'll need our handler to handle this form. And that's the next step. So this one, let's set a placeholder of and should we put the description here? Maybe not. Sensible. And interestingly enough, if I type in something and leave, then the validation kicks in. And there is a slightly annoying shift when we do the errors. You can have like a bit of a buffer zone if you want this to not pop. Up to you. Let's call this update. And let's have another one. Do they have like a file input? We do have one here. How does it look? Is it the same as before? Not really. File? No. You just use an input, I guess. All right. Let's see. And they have individual errors here. Sure. And let's say that this is the avatar URL. Will it know when I say that this is type file? Pretty cool. Of course, this one should be a file. That's why it's flipping out. I think Superforms does have a file input here. Where they've created this schema. But yeah, we won't be doing this now. Just I was just curious, I suppose. How it would look. So the moment I bind this, like it flips out, I guess. Guess instead of like a file, you could have some placeholder images as well. So we'll never actually have this here. So I will keep this here, make it be like this, but hide it just for fun. Oh, it's not actually hidden. Interesting. Guess there is other magic that's happening here. Because I still want to use like form label and description, but not have the input here. So I guess instead of using this input and binding anything, just use a hidden input. Or does not have this. Not sure. Because what I want to say is you cannot currently update your router. We'll do this in the future. But we do want to show the avatar there, so let's copy all of this. Copy this star import as well. I do like having the npm imports first. And all of this, these two should be from the outer URL. So you can have the preview here. If you don't have it, it's going to have your name or whatever it is you have here. So that's good. How big does this get? Pretty big, but not that big. What else do I want to show here? So in the future, we'll have the file uploads for sure. Another episode on that, using Supabase storage and maybe integrating with S3. Who knows? We'll see. But neither of those inputs would be required. Maybe you can have some default options here. Who knows? I feel like I want to show something cool that the super debug thing. So something that I found handy, and you can actually do a ternary on whether you are in development or not, is import this thing, the default export, which is actually a SvelteKit component. And then you can render it and pass in the form. data. And then it gives you this nice debug UI here where you can see what the data is. So now you can see that the name is null, but if I start playing with this, it becomes Johnny. Updates. When you have a field with many options, then it can become a bit weird. Maybe may become a bit hard to debug. So here's some nice UI you can put in, and I think it's gonna work with the magic env variable. Maybe not. IsDev is what I'm looking for. Is it true? Maybe not. Dev. So SvelteKit does provide this variable called dev, which you can check and say, if dev, render this. If not, don't render this. So locally, you can always have this and play around with, but even if you forget to remove it, then when you build the app and deploy the app, it's not gonna stay there. So that's neat. Like, you can have it on all your forms and move on with your life. But if you want to be explicit and only bring it in when needed, then that's fine as well. Cool. So the form looks good. What happens when I press the button? Nothing. What should happen is hitting the default form action for this page, because we didn't name this form. Therefore, we can actually go to +page.server.ts and specify an actions object. Yet again, this one specifying the default action. Let's go through the shadcn forms example. Yet again, we created a form component, we created this. The action that handles the form submission is what we want here. They are doing the fat arrow method. Let's stay consistent by doing this one. Maybe I'll switch them all to the fat arrow. Just like keeping people on their toes. And what Superforms says, again, you should always return the form. That's the way it is able to render the validation messages as they need to be. Cool. In theory, no user should get this, because the browser validation should be stopping the user from doing this. But we haven't even worked that much with browser validation. For example, we didn't specify here stuff reflecting the schemas that we have to help the browser get the user correctly guided into what they need to do. If you don't have this, what happens? Who knows? Maybe I imagine that Superforms here, like the attributes, maybe they have the min and the max, maybe not, I guess, on this type. But yeah, I wonder if JavaScript were disabled, will this not fall back to the browser validation? I guess no. So maybe we should add these min and max. So HTML elements can be given stuff like min length or max length. Also, you can pass in regexes to match a pattern. You can do lots of things. So is that better? Let's see what happens now. Yeah, the browser will still not tell me you need to do like, the thing with the validation library is that this is the default message that you'd be responsible of localizing, but if you go with browser validation, then the browser will be localizing this itself. So less work for you, but hey, not the end of the world. And what did we say for max length? And also, of course, if you do, you could extract this to like variables and then like use this name min length to, and then max length this, and then in your form use them and ensure consistency. And then, even if JavaScript is not enabled, which is unlikely, but hey, the browser will be catching those problems. I would have imagined that the magic of Superforms would be doing this by itself, but I guess you get no benefit from doing this, besides it works without JavaScript. But hey, and even if you get through those problems, then I guess the server validation fails, and even without JavaScript, you'll hit the server and then the server will respond with what the problems were. So maybe that's why they don't have them. Maybe they're unnecessary. Maybe this is just confusing, so I won't add them. I changed my mind. Then I cannot import them. Cool. So, great. We know what happens on fail. What happens on success? The answer is nothing. We need to update our details, which I guess they don't have in this example. Done. You have the validation. Great. But we should persist it to our database, right? So I've also found that you can just pass the request here, not the whole event. Great, because I like the structure and stuff. And get the Supabase out here. Hey Melis, how are you doing? How do I feel about Superforms? Now that we've done quite a few sessions showing how to do things natively with SvelteKit and form actions, I like it. I began this section by saying if you're doing something small and specifically something that doesn't need a processing state or a loading state, then I would say no need to use them in that instance. So for example, we have the logout button here. You don't need to use a Superform for that one, even though there is a form. And maybe even for login or sign up, where we do have like the, there. We do have the big buttons for does it think I'm logged in? I assume I'm getting redirected there. Am I calling getSession anyway? Okay, I'll double check this. But to finish this thought, if you have a form that doesn't require a loading spinner processing state, something like that, or a lot of explain to the user what went wrong, then you don't need to use them. Just do a regular form with a regular form action handler, and that's it. If you're doing something that does have a processing state, that's the moment where your manual code to handle that, oh, I'm submitting a form, I need to update a form state of sorts to say I'm submitting or processing, and then I'm getting a response back which is saying that it succeeded, or it's saying that there was an error. At that point, Superforms is doing a lot of the work for you. So in that case, it would be saving you time to use Superforms. It is very popular and is gaining even more popularity, which is always my worry with these sorts of libraries. Is it teaching you something very specific to the library that you'll never use again, like maybe in a year in a different project? And Superforms is popular enough for that knowledge to persist for a little while longer. So yeah, I like it for anything like using the validation for an update name form. Do it. If it's just a logout or anything like that, then maybe a bit much. But now this is screaming that are we using getSession? Did we not log out correctly? Let's see. It doesn't look like we're using it many times. And actually here, where are we using the user? We've put this guy in the locals. So let's see. I guess another thing with shadcn, sometimes you get errors like this that you can do nothing about because they're using the third-party library. So apparently Bits UI has something that the SvelteKit accessibility checker doesn't like. It's like, oh, this key down handler, even you've put the key down handler in a div. Why did you do that? It should have a different area role. So you get like swamped by logs like this. It's not great, but hey. Right, so this thing doesn't look correct. Anything else we have like in local storage, session storage and stuff like that? Not really. So, but there must be something that doesn't allow us to get to the login page, surely. What did I do in the login page? Did I do the opposite thing? I said if there's a user redirect, and so is there a user in here somehow? I guess. Oh. It's not exactly what I wanted to put in there. So let's double check the hook there. So it's claiming that this is what? Are we making it here? We shouldn't be. It's claiming that I've managed to put like this huge object in the locals. So I'm sure I'm doing something weird here, but we shouldn't be making it here anyway. Right? Yeah. User equals something. We only do it there. So there is nobody there, which makes sense. But somehow, what have I done? Ah, I've aliased locals to user because I'm a complete mug. So it distracts the user from there. I was like, come on, we're doing so well. I was saying that the whole locals object is the user, and it's like, oh, if this exists. Talking about noob mistakes, so this was it. Alright, so let's log in with Google. And I was talking about this button. This one, do you need to put a superform for this one? Not really. Do you need a superform for this form that just has two buttons? Not really. You just click and redirect like almost immediately to where you want to go. So this time it actually took a while. So maybe there should have been a spinner there. So I'm not sure, maybe we will add it, to be honest. Yeah, so that actually took a while. So we'll see. The big benefits are going to happen when we do use that loading spinner, which maybe we'll use soon enough. Also, 5 hours in the stream. Apologies if I'm rambling more than usual. And I forgot the timestamp here. Oh well, we're doing it now. So, the big question now is, we have the connection to Supabase and we want to update the relevant one. And we don't want to return anything back, but let's have a look at the Supabase CLI. Yes, not CLI, Supabase CS client update here. So from the table, update this. This can be a parcel and where we want this to be. We don't want to return the record back. And like this ensures it's just going to be limit to 1. So let's do it. And thanks to the type generation, it also knows we don't have a countries table. So if you don't remember, did I name it users or profiles? Like this will know, this will catch you. And update using the form data, which will have name and avatar URL. where, so if I actually do ID equals 1, this is gonna fail even if there was a user like this. Thanks to role level security, only us should be able to update our username. So we do want to get the user from the locals and use the ID here. Say this. Base not update user and then give them the user ID. I guess this one may be null, to be honest. What is user supposed to be? From Supabase, surely. So there we go. This may be null. So we could quickly error out like this. Great. And I think that means if I put in my name here, it should exist. It should be updated. And indeed it does, but it is doing this thing, which we found in the previous episode as well, where whenever I do submit, it does reset to the original state, which I don't imagine is what they want to happen. So I don't quite understand. But if we don't want this functionality, which we don't, we can pass a second parameter here to say on update something. Reset behavior. Let's have a look at Superforms. So I don't want to reset the form because the data has been updated and it doesn't seem to update for some reason. Not sure. So reset form false. And now when I've updated this, it will just work. And you can see if we go here, have this. And this avatar, I don't know. Sometimes the Google image like refuses to be served on my laptop. Well, that's by the by. Now my profile page, my me page does show my name. Great, can edit my profile. The problem is that there is no real indication that this has succeeded or not. So that's where also loading states and toasters and various fun things. So I claim that when we submit this form, my data is updated, and we can actually go here and check that, yeah, the name is updated. If we go here, it's updated, yes. But the user doesn't know, like there is no spinner, there is no nothing. So what we will add is a toaster component. We can also show like a loading indicator if this takes too long. And do I have like a spinner component? Yeah, I do, great. So actually, let's do that first. Let's see, loading spinner and update success toast. And for the loading spinner, we'll use something that Superforms provides for us. Loading indicators. They provide the delayed store, so you can actually check if that's truthy, then you can show your loading spinner. So in our form, just to test things out, this button, we can render the spinner in any case. Let's see what happens. We can make it be absolute left 8. Not bad. And therefore, what we actually want is to only render this if the form is delayed, which is actually do nicely in line here. We can destructure the delayed store from the form. Superforms does put in quite a few things here. And by default, if the operation is fast, then the user is going to see nothing. But if it's over half a second by default, then they're going to see the loading spinner. Because Superforms claims that great UX means that if it's something like super fast, the user doesn't need to see something jumping in the page or something to take their attention. But if it's above a threshold, then they should know that they should wait. They should know that something happened in response to what they did. Is 500 milliseconds? Is 500 milliseconds, half a second, that threshold? I've heard various opinions, but Superforms does have a few links about why they have this state. So until I have my own paper to debunk this, I'm gonna just trust them and not override the defaults there. So we have that. How about a success toast as well? So shadcn has a neat toast component called Sonar, so, which you can kind of see on the bottom right on my screen, which will add. You can have a little icon. It shows many notifications that stack, and you can see them hover over, and can even have an action to undo. If we do soft delete of something, we won't offer undo functionality for your name. Like for that, we'd need an event sort library or something like that. Too much logic when they can just update their name to whatever it was before. But the Sonar component, similarly, we need to add this library, but watch out, it does add quite a few things. As in, that's the Sonar Svelte component, but it is also using Svelte Sonar, this library, so you need to add this one as well. And I guess that's it, not that many things. And you need to render this toaster component somewhere in your app, so they suggest putting it in your layout. Like in the root layout, if you know that in your root layout you won't have toast components, then maybe don't put it there. But that's where I've put it. And watch out where exactly you've put it, because it may affect your layout if you're doing things like justifying between the main portion of your app. So I've rendered it outside the page components, which are nested inside the one div that's sandwiched between the header and the footer, or else it would appear quite strangely. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Anyway, this provides a place for the toast notifications to hook into and appear. To actually make them appear, this Svelte Sonar library that you have to add separately needs to be called with a message, the message you want to show. You can also pass other options there. And what do we want to do? On successful update, I guess, we want to say it worked. But how do you use something on update? There is an on update event. And on updated when it's successfully updated. Great. So in here, we can actually say on updated. We can show a toast notification. Let's see if it works. There you go. And we can even customize this message. Does it get the data? Gets a form, I guess. And we can say, if you did provide us with a name, then does that always exist actually? No. So if you've updated with null, then we just say profile updated, or else you can say profile updated John Pal. Cool. And this should be one of those things that are responsive. So when you're on big screens, you see it on the bottom right, as is kind of common. So quite neat. What happens if I stack many? Does it just work? Yeah, it does. Great. So I think this is a great example of why people like shadcn, and they think that just putting it in gives you a more professional look. I do think this makes it look like you've spent more time than you've actually spent when you have a component like that. It wasn't that crazy to set up. Johnny says like 5 hours, 20 minutes in the live stream. But this wasn't. This was actually a breeze. And maybe, is this the last thing that we're gonna do? Who knows? Because a lot of the other things are kinda done. So how's our profiles feed looking? Is it cooking? It's this one. It looks bad, let's be honest. But mostly it's because this avatar, like this Siemens from Google, it's supposed to render. It doesn't exist. What's happening there? Did I update this with null? I guess I did. I guess that's the problem. I guess that's why it has been showing anything for ages. So how did that happen? This thing that I had for the lols. the hidden input. I forgot to give it a name, so it changed it to null. What a guy. What a guy indeed. How can I get this image? Who knows? So yeah, this actually worked. What do I want? The avatar URL, I'll never find it. I know it's a fool's errand. Well, actually, it's gonna be like on the Supabase dashboard. So here I am, a fool, trying to hand it down. But I'm gonna find it, and then who's laughing? And so in my authentication schema, wait a minute first. In the root page, in the avatar, in the feed page, this one, it should be falling back, but it's not. So let's do that first. Let's say we've intentionally done this problem for ourselves. In the me page, we have the avatar. We want to use it again. There you go. A bit better. Uppercase it as well. Why not? And yeah, let's do this uppercase trick on the other place where we're doing this. We're doing it on quite a few places. We should have like an avatar, dedicated avatar component properly. Cool. So that looks less silly now. And I can go to the table editor, go to the auth schema. Should have actually like a query ready. It just gets the row user metadata. Picture, they say. This guy. It's not even that good a picture, to be honest. So yeah, we have this image. What am I thinking? I want to update it in the database. I can just do it, I guess, here. Why not? Maybe the cheekier way to do it would be go back to the form. Say actually the value for this input. It's gonna be this. Edit my profile, update, there you go, and then I can revert that back, and hopefully never lose it again. There you go. All right. Cool. So how is this looking? Not great. Should we create a snippet for this? Probably not. Let's create an activity feed component. Activity feed.svelte. And what I want in here is all of these things. Bring in some title component, call this Typescript. And this is gonna be the user as far as this component cares what the user is. So type user, it's gonna be name and author URL, fair enough. And we're gonna destructure latest users, which is gonna be props, and call the props method SvelteKit, whatever this actually is, and then iterate on that. We do want to bring in the avatar, and go to this page and render activity feed and give it the latest users. We're gonna be page data. Why are you doing that? Let's do data. Data latest users. Pass that in. Then it will just work. But I didn't type this correctly. That's why I don't like typing types by myself, because this may be null and this may be null. Cool. So now you can have like a rudimentary row here. Cool. So we have the one user here. This is looking a bit better. What we want to stream this to show this page faster, and then so that's the next the next section. We know how we load data with SvelteKit. We can stream anything so long as we keep it as a promise. So instead of awaiting this, actually, would we do this? Not sure. Like, I'm thinking that then it would be at the problem of this may not be defined if it errors out. So not sure. Anyway, if we don't await this, then this becomes a promise. Like latest users becomes this, which is a promise that may return data and stuff. So let's do it then and extract the data to this. So this may be undefined. So we can still keep our error tag here. GitHub Copilot to try to do something cool. So either return an empty array after notifying us that they couldn't fetch it. That should always happen. This is gonna flip out. But soon enough, if I do say that this is actually a promise that resolves users, then I can do an await then. And we can use some skeleton UI. Skeleton UI here. And call this users. So this is eventually streamed to the server. And again, you'd want to wait to show the skeleton UI only after a small amount of time. So let's see if shadcn has accounted for this. Let's see what shadcn has to say about this. They have a skeleton component here, which you can style as you please. Let's bring it in. I don't actually have this one here, do I? No. So we'll actually add shadcn, a shadcn component immediately and see what we get. Ready to install this? Yes, it just installs something new in the UI directory, the skeleton component. It is the case where it's just one component, and it is a Svelte 4 component, which we can transform into a Svelte 5 with runes component. All we need to do is get inspired by other components, I suppose. Anything but that one. Even that one is like too complicated. Anyway. Oof, maybe one of the problems is that I'm running out of space due to the length of this live stream. So let's clear something up. Hopefully that helps, especially with Docker running. Right, so here, any component will do. I think we've copied something from the button component, but we're adding things to this div. So HTML div attributes props. What do they call it? HTML div attributes sounded correct, but it doesn't. Oh, there you go. This is what we want. We don't want to define this. This is the Svelte 4 style to do things. We don't want to define the class name like this. We want the children to render as a snippet. We want the class name, and we want the rest props. We want the rest props to spread them. We want the class name to mix it in with the class name's helper. And yeah, in here, right. So this one doesn't actually get a snippet, even. Because skeleton UI doesn't have anything inside. I think that's the idea here. So how do we render this? Let's have an activity skeleton. And we can see how this looks and just copy it whole paste, to be honest. Wholesale. Whole paste. It's quite funny though. And in here, let's just immediately render like 3 of them just to see how they look. Yeah, pretty good. I guess it's one of their own. The avatar, they know exactly how big it is. And this one, I guess it's kind of double the size and just the one. It's kind of like this big, this big. You could even make this a bit cleverer to have like a random size if you really want to. If you are the type of person that likes fun, like me. Cool. So this has happened. A bit too spacious, maybe. So maybe we can put this regardless of whether the promise has resolved, and then put these guys here. But then that's gonna take like ages. So do we have like a delay helper? I think so. One of the cool things with MSW is that delay method. Do I even have MSW here? Maybe not. There you go. It's not Copilot for the win. So you see this looks kind of nice. It renders as this. We'll have more users in the future. Let's see it again. Would we change anything? Not really. Looks nice enough. Cool. So I can keep this utility method somewhere because it is handy. But hey, what else do we want to show? I think this may be it. So, row-level security. We've talked about this in the beginning, but that was like half a day ago. So let's talk about this again. When you have a database that does row-level security, why doesn't the name appear here? Oh, it appears here. Just kind of weird. Anyway, when you have a database that has row-level security, you can use that as your mechanism to ensure that only the people that are supposed to read some rows or update some rows or delete the rows or insert new rows are the ones they should be. So instead of having business logic in your version control here in your JavaScript, you can have it in your migration where you define your row-level security there. You can have your business logic closest to your source of truth. You can have your business logic in your Postgres database. This is one of the big features with Supabase. It's also one of the big features with other popular solutions that use Postgres as well, like Hasura, for example. And it has a lot of merit because lots of apps don't use JavaScript even. Lots of people want to use JavaScript APIs. Sometimes you may be using a non-JavaScript project. You may be coding in Swift UI, in Flutter, whatever. And then how would you define those rules in Swift? Maybe you're comfortable doing it in JavaScript, but you're not comfortable doing it in Swift. Maybe you're comfortable doing it in JavaScript, but not TypeScript, which is like the way to do it now. The thing with Postgres is that it's been dependable for like 20, 30 years, and it's likely that in 10 years you'll still be spinning up Postgres databases and defining rules there. So why not know how to do it now? In Postgres, like you learn how row-level security works now, and you'll be able to apply this knowledge for like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years throughout your career. And it's close to your source of truth, so less of a mistake in messing up. Database schemas are important to get right anyway. Why not also ensure that they define how the data should be accessed and updated? I guess that's the main argument for row-level security, and it is quite cool. What else do I want to say? So one of the biggest features with Supabase is how easy it makes row-level security work. It definitely used to be a more advanced skill, and you wouldn't see it in every company. Back in the day, you'd have specialists that would be trying to establish all these rules and guards and all of that. But now it's been democratized thanks to Supabase. So that's really, really cool. On the flip side, something that I do consider essential for a lot of applications is database transactions. Transactions are when you are saying, I want 3 things to happen in a database. I want to insert a record, update a record, and delete a record, for example. And if any one of those fails, for whatever reason, like the server caught on fire, I don't want any of that to be persisted. I want to revert back to what was before. And the transaction approach has also been used for the server is on fire emergency use cases. Sometimes some people do find it easier to follow along to say, all right, I'm doing this check, I'm doing this update, I'm doing this, but if I find that this is less than that, then I cancel everything. So if I find that the user's balance in the end is negative, then I cancel everything. I cancel the transaction. They find something like that easier to follow. And I agree. So Supabase makes it hard to work with transactions. I think you're supposed to define RPC, remote procedure call, which are really, really cool. But again, much like row-level security used to be, it's a bit more advanced. You need to get a bit further into the weeds to make it work. But because Supabase is actually a Postgres database behind the scenes, one of the biggest things they have is the Postgres database. Postgres does support transactions, of course. So if you connect to your Supabase database, maybe if you have your admin connections be a Drizzle ORM database connection, with Drizzle you can run transactions just fine. So maybe that's your way out. If transactions are essential for you, which I can see for many companies and many ideas, then you could be using Drizzle as the ORM just for those admin procedures. But also look into RPC, because I can only imagine that you can define those and then you can call them in JavaScript like this with a TypeScript Autogeneration, type generation. It will know what type of RPCs that you have and even what they return. And then the only problem is that you need to create these functions that are doing like many things. And I think here you can do begin transaction, select, create and get table, like whatever, and then commit the transaction. So with this, I think you can do transactions. Not sure, can only imagine. If not, I don't know what they're doing. Like in general availability week, I can only imagine that they have an easy way to do transactions or a sensible way to do transactions besides use this other ORM that's popular. Right. So read replicas, we've talked about that one. So selecting the London one was a bigger choice than it is with things like Turso, which make having multiple read replicas around the world cheap and easy. Like I'm still kind of scared to say, oh, I'm gonna apply like 5 different replicas here because I think I'm gonna check the balance and it's gonna be like 5 million USD owed to Supabase. Who knows? Anyway, that's a bit of a side tangent. What else? Identity and account linking. We've done that already. For a long time, Supabase was offering the automatic account linking. So according to the user's email, as they've seen with me logging in with both Google and Twitch, if the email is the same, then they correctly assume that I'm the same person, and instead of creating a separate user as the Google user or a separate user as the Twitch user, then they merge those two login methods, associate them to the one user, to me. So that's why we only see one Johnny in this feed, which happens to have the avatar of the user I tried to create in the first place. This icon should be the Twitch icon, interestingly enough. Now they do offer manual linking, so at some point, if you have verified your identity or whatever you want to do here, then you can manually call this to link the user to a different identity. I suppose the use case here is that I do want different accounts for like Google and Twitch and whatever else I have, or I want to unlink an account. That's why they validate. But I'm surprised that this feature made it in beta before transactions. I'll say again. But again, all things happen for a reason. Everyone is trying their best. So I'm sure there's a super valid reason why transactions are still not in. What else? Nothing much. I will say maybe 6 here. We forgot an icon, the Twitch icon. So let's add that one. Copy it from JOHNNIFY, paste it here, have the markup, go here, go to the icons, copy anyone, rename it to Twitch, copy this one, paste it, only get the view box, overwrite it, usually it's the same to be honest, and then go to the login page. Here, the benefit of adding it manually like this instead of using a library is my ID can auto-complete this and auto-import it and all the nice auto things. So here you go, Twitch. Maybe it's too thin. Oh well, it works. Twitch UI, not great, but hey. Cool. So yeah, we didn't make it to creating new game activities. Again, the idea of this app is that I should be able to say I've started a second run with Baldur's Gate and have a little note that says it's Dark Earth this time. Or I've seen the last episode of Shogun and my thoughts were good. So kind of like Threads or similar microblogging platforms, but not really for engagement, even though I will have the activity feed here. I'm not sure if I'll have like user likes or supports, and definitely not replies. You shouldn't be able to reply to what other people are doing. I don't think so. Let me know what you think. Let me know if that's a cool feature. The idea is to show your pop culture consumption. So even though you want to say, oh, I'm watching the NBA finals or whatever it is, and you shouldn't really have the discourse to say, oh, this player didn't do well and this player should be ejected. Like, keep it clean, keep it nice. That's my biggest worry, trolling and negativity. So yeah, all of these we won't be doing. But I don't have a domain deploy with Vercel. So as you know, I do have a problem. I have a domain problem. I keep buying domains. And if you want to enable this addiction, which will make things easier, like logging in with magic links, there are quite a few things that are better when you have your own domain. Now we have deployed, or we will be deploying to culturestock.vercel.app. But if we had this .com, then we can do more things like prove to Google that we own this domain, for example. So that'd be cool. If you want to enable that and more huge live streams like this one, then subscribe to JOHNNIFY Premium and keep watching. Really. What I appreciate the most is your time. So Mike is saying Superforms is painful. Native's not better. It depends on what you want to do. I do say, like, definitely try doing things manually first. Use Zod manually then, and then move on to something like Superforms. Because if you don't understand the fundamentals, then you will be in big trouble when you're trying to use a library that is trying to be very, very magic. Some magic is good. Magic with caution is best. But yeah, still the jury is out. We'll have a bigger form in the future. I wonder if I'll have different thoughts later. My biggest concern is like data and form and like form data. The names are too similar. There are too many things that need to be passed around. That's the biggest thing. So it's easy to be confused with what is happening. Like I get confused with what is happening. So next episode, very likely we're going to do the activity feed. As always, let me know in the Discord what you'd like to see next. There was a bit of a worry of whether we're gonna make the Supabase auth work, and still I can see like quite a lot of warnings here, which we never do. Let's see, where do we call getSession? We call getSession here, and we do getSession here, and we never use the user object. So the problem is, I think they must be having something in the driver here that is checking whether you're doing this call, and then just for safety telling you don't use the user object. Yeah, it looks like that's a little bug with Supabase. So every time you do this for safety, they're saying don't use the user object, but we're not using the user object. We're getting a different user object from the method they're saying we should be using. So we should be fine. But so quick in the browser. This one. Yeah, so even here, we're not using like the user object. I guess this returns a user object as well, right? Maybe yes, maybe no. So if we don't return this, return this as null, and we do like some client-side navigation, we clear these logs and have a quick look. But it still is complaining about this. Right, it's because we're returning user here. I see. I can only imagine. So I think Supabase is checking whether you're returning user here. Is that what they're doing? Let's see. But I guess we're also calling this method. Anyway, they just want to make sure that you cannot trust this too much on the client side. So my question is, indeed, like if we just delete this file because we don't need a browser client for now, is that going to be enough? Not really. Do we use the Supabase client anywhere else? I don't think so. Like in the layout, we don't use the Supabase client to check the auth state and stuff. So we could just remove it. Create a backup object here. And then it doesn't need to run ever again. And we're fine. It's good. No errors, no nothing. Hello, Captain Darkstar. You're saying, hello, I'm learning coding and your tutorials, that's mine. Really helped me to start my own web app. So far it's going well, but as I'm going along, it's getting way more complicated. Any advice? Apologies. I am trying to increment the complexity with each app you're doing. Join the Discord and let me know what was the point where I got too complex. I have been doing this for quite a while, so for quite a few many things that I consider, you know, I don't need to talk about this, or I've talked about this before. Maybe you missed when I last talked about this, or maybe I didn't even recognize that I should be talking about this. And that's never your fault or anyone's fault. It's my fault, if anything. So I guess you always lose the beginner's perspective the moment you learn something, especially in other languages like Haskell or Lisp. They're saying that the moment you understand Haskell is the moment you stop being able to teach it. All I'm trying to say is, maybe it's on the Discord, maybe DM me, no need to say anything public, and let me know this is the point where it got too complicated, this is the point where I struggled, and I'll try to do a session highlighting that particular problem. I'm very interested in this because if there's you, there's going to be many others that are going to be having trouble with that specific thing. So I should be explaining better and highlighting it more. And the biggest advice I would say is persist and keep trying. You don't need to learn anything in a day or a week or a month. And sometimes you should do your best to try to understand what you're trying to implement, but it's fine to move on and keep increasing the complexity. Some things we only have a limited amount of bandwidth to understand, but if we keep seeing them again and again, that's when at some point they will start clicking. So do not get discouraged, that's for sure. Even I find things complicated, and I've been doing this for quite a while. Many others are finding things complicated every day. And even though it may feel like nothing is making sense, I promise that things will slowly start clicking together. So that's the advice. Keep at it and things will be clicking. And let me know in the Discord what in particular you'd like to cover more next. So yeah, for these problems, the layout problems here, would they go away if we do remove this layout file? They're still complaining. So there must be something else. I'll debug this offline, maybe talk to the Supabase team as well, because I imagine that we are doing everything properly. We're not actually using the user object from this. I think they're worried that the user object we're having appear in a few places is not the safe one, so we'll see. Thank you to Giuseppe as well for saying that this stream is packed with stuff. We tried, we did the auth flow, that's for sure, and I had like even more things planned just in case, but we made it to like 6 hours, which I think is the longest stream ever. And delete session user in the layout as a workaround, interesting. So it's checking whether you have the session here and the user, interesting. Still complaining. Yeah, I will debug this, but to get back to Captain Darkstar, you also said you took some of my stuff and tried to implement your own code and change stuff to suit your needs. Trying to be a tutorial developer. Great. And thanks for the advice. You're welcome. Please get in touch and let me know what I should cover more, what you're trying to change, what's appearing difficult. So in the hooks file, let's try it one more and see, because no one likes console logs. So here, delete this guy. The operand. There you go. But session does exist now, surely. Looked clean. Yeah, so now we only have the shadcn problems with the Bits UI, but not the user session. So you're right, Giuseppe, thank you. So apparently what the Supabase client is doing is checking if you're making a session available, and if so, then yell at you because, hey, don't use the user object there, but we weren't actually using it. Cool. So how do we, what does Typescript want here? So how do you want me? Right. So maybe we can do. Make it more clear. And here where we type it, we can say that this session does not have a user. It's not quite how you work with ESLint, but we'll figure it out. Right, so we have this. Ugh. It's still complaining. I was liking this string. So you're saying that the moment we try to destructure this, then it's like, oh no, it shouldn't do this. Fair enough. Thought I was being clever. Turns out I wasn't. Let's ask ChatGPT at the end of the stream. So ugh. So So can I actually do it here? Lit event locals session. Still not happy. User. I would say it's this, or it's session, or it's null. Maybe that's gonna make it happy. Ugh. Union type. Can I put those things together? Let's see. So those two together, or the other thing. All right, we got there. Oh. So even this one kind of likes. Yes. So what did we do? We said that. Do I need to omit? Maybe not. Yeah, please do. You've helped me arrive to this solution. It's maybe better. Who knows? Yeah, this one doesn't like. So we are omitting the user from the session object, and then we are saying the user in what's left of the session is actually sometimes undefined, but if it is defined, it's the user. That allows us to have it in essentially when we assign it here, but then delete it at this point. And that makes millions of warnings go out. And ensures, I suppose, that we're not accidentally accessing the user from the session. Again, Supabase says that someone may have tampered with local storage or cookies or client-side cookies, the local storage, I imagine, and therefore pretended managed to code that they're a user that they're not. So you should never use this user. You should only use this user. Right. I think that's going to be the last thing. So next time, game activity, the actual culture stock stuff. And probably, like, let's see how far we get with the activity feed. Because if it's kind of fast, then we'll do the magic link logins as well. And have a UI that's more similar to the auth example that they have here. So the classic UI with the do this or that. Although usually I always see the social providers first, and then you go with the send your email one. Maybe I can find a nice picture here, and a picture of Summer, my puppy dog, playing or watching TV or something like that. All right, by far my longest stream ever. It's been a pleasure to do 100 of these, and especially this one. Lots of interactions in the chat, and we got far. Check the links in the description. This is going to be committed and deployed and released soon. So copy and paste the solutions according to taste, as you please. Final moments for the final sip of my coffee and the final interactions with the chat. So comment earlier, kind of like this is more like Handabyte when they started making content. I don't think I'll ever make it to having like dozens of libraries at some point, but we'll see about the live streams and the videos. Maybe we'll get there. And comments about this console log. People hate being drowned by console logs and being told, oh, you shouldn't be doing this. And then you discover, I'm not doing this. Why are you pestering me? So I can imagine how this been an open issue for a week and a half or more. Has hundreds of comments. Fair enough. Cool. So I will try. Also, like I'll be pushing this. I'll try to put timestamps kind of quickly since we've managed to add them here. Like it's just a little bit of work to find out the ones I forgot. Just the one. Thanks for the chat again. Thanks for the shoutouts when I forget. But that's gonna be it for today. Have a lovely evening. We renew our rendezvous for Friday, where we're gonna pick this up. Let me know in the chat if you do want to continue like this, or if you have other suggestions in the Discord community, in the comments, anywhere you want. It's been a pleasure once again. Have a lovely day, have a lovely evening, have a lovely rest of the week. See you next streams indeed. Bye.